Good morning and welcome to Foothills County Council meeting for June 3rd, 2026. I'll call the meeting to order at 9 a.m. First up is the approval of the agenda. Would you like to give me a motion to approve the agenda this morning? Councillor Callister, all in favor? Motion carries. And let's look to our round table. Any items for our departments in front of us this morning? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Foothills. Nothing for the conversation this morning. Thanks.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And yes, good morning, Foothills County. I have nothing to report from Division 2.
Thank you. And Division 1, hearing reports anywhere from 4 to about a little over 5 inches of rain in about the division. Things are wet. Things are nice. People are smiling. A lot of our gravel roads need a little touch up. But I do like to talk about the Connemara Road this morning. Multiple calls about that one. And I did connect yesterday, I think, with you guys. So 2 years ago, we spent a lot of money on this road. So it's kind of disappointing to see it revert to a goat trail that's passable only by 4-wheel drive. So what's the plan to get her fixed, and what's the plan to keep it from deteriorating like this in the future?
Seaward. So yeah, the crust has probably been compromised here with all the moisture we've had with this 4 to 5 inches of rain. It is on the re-gravel list for this year. It was going to be. They noticed that it was short on gravel before. So they are going to be doing that probably within the next month, re-graveling 722. And they're going to go all the way from 88th to Meridian. And then we'll work on maintaining and getting that crust back.
Okay, so when do we expect to get it back into a passable state?
We're monitoring it right now. I've also been talking with residents out in the area. So we should be able to the graders can go there today once it stops raining. And we're going to try to get it tuned up this week.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. That's all I had. Deputy Revol.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Since we're doing the rain tally, approximately 75 millimeters, around 3 inches in the West Country. And definitely, as one our residents stated earlier this week, it looks like Emerald City out there. So it was kind of a fun comparison. Nothing in to bring up for specific, but thank you for all the work you're doing, as there's so many requests from Division 4. Thank you, everyone.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to everyone. 2.5 inches at Alger Farms and nothing to report for Division 5. Thank you.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, lots of rain. It was really nice. My grass was crunchy before this. I'd like to thank Bylaw for some stepped up patrols on Dunbow Road and 88th. The neighbors have noticed and commented, and so they're quite happy to see them out there. And thanks for Public Works for getting that sign out on 88th towards the Cottonwood Golf Course for me. That's all I have.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Foothills County. Thanks for the rain. I mean, it's just wonderful to see everything green, and we're gonna have lots of nice crops by the look of it. Thank you to Public Works for getting the new signs up on Plumbers Road. I mean, I have to say I will miss the old ones because, you know, it's very nostalgic and they go back so far. They should be in a museum somewhere, but thanks for the clarity on Plumbers Road there. Hopefully it will help people navigate that 90-degree corner there. Took the back road into work today because I love taking that road. So south, so on 2338 south of 549 there, and then when you go south on 288th Street, I noticed you had put some gravel down on the one real soft area from before, but now of course with all the rain, the potholes are like pretty substantial the whole length all the way to 546 there. So you might want to have a look at that. I don't know, it probably looks like it might need some more gravel, but anyways, thanks for all your work for that.
Thank you. We'll go to our departments then. Manager McLean, any updates for us this morning?
Good morning, Foothills County, and through the chair to the floor. Yes, so our graders actually they would be shut down here during the rain, but now that we got the sun, they're going to be going out and actually utilizing this moisture, and we're going to start blading up these roads, doing potholes and trails, and we'll get them tuned up here. So that's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, Council. Just a few items on the agenda this morning, but no other updates. Thank you.
Manager Cornelson.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Foothills County. So about Strychnine, we were hearing there, the last email I got from the company, there was a supply chain issue, so they're delayed. We were supposed to have it this week, so delayed, surprise. We have a meeting tomorrow and we'll probably be told the window this spring is too short, I'm assuming, and then the next window will be later summer to give it out, to sell it out. We have our last interview for the Ag Service Coordinator today. We also have a light equipment operator position posted until June 16th currently. Currently we're responding to some tree and weed issues. Mowing of the ROW will begin next week. That's all I have.
Thank you. And Director Saulnier.
Good morning, Mr. Reeve. Good morning, Council. Just a quick update on this recent weather event from May 28th till present. So Foothills County Emergency Management had been actively monitoring stream flows and snowpack conditions across all major watersheds with recent weather event. Updates were provided to CAO, Emergency Management Leadership, Foothills Fire Department, Public Works as conditions evolved. The anticipated sharp increase in stream flows did not occur as precipitation in the headwaters fell primarily as snow. There were some advisories, so some high stream flow advisories remain in place for the Highwood River, Sheep River, Fish Creek, and 3 Point Creek. For the Bow River, an advisory is in effect downstream east of the Highwood River Union. These advisories reflect elevated water levels only. No river-related flooding is expected at this time. A rise of approximately 1 meter is anticipated on the Bow River downstream of the Highwood River, which is not to be expected any resulting in any flooding. Stream flows. River and creek flows have all increased significantly since May 31st. The Highwood River increased from 47 to 139 cubic meters per second. The Sheep River increased from 32 to 128. Fish Creek increased from less than 1 to about 26. 3 Point Creek increased from 2 to 77 cubic meters per second. So despite these increases, all rivers and creeks remained within their banks and no flooding was expected. Other than we had some localized impacts at Policeman's Flats, at the boat launch area, that was closed due to high river levels. Flooding was occurred in the gravel parking lot and the entrance road off Bow Bottom Trail. And that's due to the low elevation relative to the river. That area usually floods. And as a precautionary measure, the Emergency Coordination Center, ECC readiness, ECC staff were contacted Thursday, May 28th, as to their availability and contact information if an event were to take place over the weekend. Council should be aware that our staff did not hesitate at this request and fully stepped up. Their dedication to the county's emergency management team is appreciated, and a huge thanks to all of those that were contacted and supplied us with the information and weekend availability. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lots of good emails over this event. So I just throw a shout out to our new Director of Emergency Management and thank him for his efforts. As I said to you this morning, I saw him on Friday. He was kind of stressed out as to what was coming. So I think he handled that magnificently and kudos to him. Thank you.
Thank you. And Deputy Director Stapley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Council. I have no updates this morning.
Thank you. And Municipal Manager, the Municipal Advisor, Reva Cameron.
Good morning, Foothills, to council. So a couple of items. With respect to the wastewater study for the Highwood, we finally have a draft report, which we're reviewing. And hopefully after we get some answers to a few questions, we'll be able to present that report to council. It does look positive. So from that perspective, we're finally moving forward. With the Alderside Water Treatment Plant, at one time, a few months ago, I indicated to council that there would be a delay of the opening of the plant due to harmonic filter installation and delay in obtaining one of those. And then we were told that we would get one on time. Well, we found out this week that we're not getting one on time. And so things are with the harmonic filter, because you have these variable frequency drives in the pumps and that, we don't know, and we're checking as to whether not having the harmonic filter in place will void our warranties on all our new equipment. So we may have to wait for it. That's yet to be determined. I mean, we run the Diamond Valley plant without the harmonic filter because it burnt up, and so you can do it, but there's the question is with respect to warranties. And down at the intake site where we're building the pump station, there, with the increase in the water levels from the river, both the Bow and the Highwood, it's creating some issues with construction because the water table is too high. So tying in pipes and that is problematic right now. So really, other than that, both the midline pump station and the intake pump station are going quite well. Pipe D, we're expecting prices from Whistle next week. So, and we're expecting our grant agreement for signing next week as well. So that's really all I have. I don't have anything enclosed.
Thank you for that. Deputy Director Stapley, you had an update in closed, if I recall. Is that correct?
Yes, I do have an update that is for the closed session.
Okay. Why don't we do that right now? If somebody give me a motion to go into closed from Councillor Kendall. All in favor? Motion carries. Okay, it looks like we got a few things to get going here while we have our Deputy Director Stapley with us. Let's go to item B1 on our council agenda, page 3, 2026 Terry Fox Ride for Hope. Go ahead, Deputy Director Stapley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before council today is a request from the Terry Fox Ride for Hope for the ability to use the municipal roads for a fundraising event. They are proposing a ride on a number of our local roads as well as on highways 22, 549, 762, scheduled for July 12th, which is a Sunday. They provided their application. It was noted with the applications that's before council today, the ATEC permit is listed for Rocky View County and not our local roads. So we have reached out to see if we can get an updated permit from the organizers as to a proper permit for the roads in our area. Beyond that, it looks like they have a lot of things set out. This is a first-time event, and their goal is for it to become an annual event if it is successful. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you. They referred to a map, or there was a map suggested, but I couldn't find it anywhere. Is there a map somewhere of this?
Through the chair to Councillor Ohl, I don't see a map in the application before you. However, there was a map that came across when we were looking at it. There was a few different routes and it was a bit convoluted. We could ask for, I could ask the individual who acts as a contact person, see if they have the map, or we could ask the organizers to provide a new map as well.
It might be helpful because what I saw on the list was, so it's a Sunday, it's busy, some are busy. 30 riders is not a huge thing. They're saying they're not going to be in a pellet. They're going to be spread out. So the impact is probably not too bad, but it's the combined amount that's going to happen on that day. And part of their route looks like it was Plumbers 240th Street, 186th Avenue, 224th, which is Prentice Valley Road, which is a, really, really busy spot. So if they could avoid that in their route, it just wasn't clear. So I guess I was just not really clear as to where or how it was going to, which way were they going? Were they going partially on the road or all the way around to the hamlet of Prentice? But it would certainly be one area to discourage on the route. Again, it's Sunday, it's going to be really busy. Cyclists are going to that area specifically. So just out of a caution for them, and 30 riders is not huge, but again, add that to what goes on the weekend. And if the weather's good, it'll be really, really busy. So if we could clarify the route.
So through the chair, we can clarify the route. And just to confirm, the address you said was Plumbers in 224?
So what I thought I read here was Plumbers 240th Street, 186th Avenue, which is the avenue that heads to Prentice, and then 224th Street, which is Prentice Valley Road. So if they're doing a circle around there, it's a very, very busy spot. So I would discourage that route, that route, and then have the rest of it, which is a little less busy. See, what we don't know is, or do they have they arranged with Prentice Community Association for a stop off? Sometimes they will put themselves on the route and go over to the Prentice Community Association so they can use the porta potties there. But it'd be really nice if they organized that with them and maybe did a little donation or something like that. So what I'm just not sure is, do they have a staging area that they're just doing and they have not communicated? Because a lot of times these events, they will use the community association and don't realize that they're a private property and a separate organization.
So through the chair, we can then certainly ask that question of the organizers.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through the chair to the floor. Yeah, I too would like to see a map because I mean, it's Terry Fox Ride. I'm sure they've done lots of these, so that's good that they have that experience, I'm assuming. But yeah, on the weekends, I mean, 549, 762, it's, I mean, we've been through this with just a previous application last week as well. All the motorcycles and fast cars. Yeah, I'm interested in 2338 Home Oil Road. That's not usually somewhere where you see biking events, I don't think. I mean, and depending on where they're going, that could be a little bit, I mean, it was okay this morning. It was more south of there that was soft, but I don't think they'd be going there, but yeah, and as well Plumbers Road. So, and on page 9, they're saying that they have cell phone communication, but cell phone is very spotty, service is spotty in that whole area. So I do have a few concerns, I guess.
Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. The Terry Fox Run has always been a walk or a run in my world, but to me, this seems like an excuse to get another bike rally on county roads, although it's a fundraiser. I appreciate that. On page 6 of our agenda, it says participants 20 to 30, and then on page 9, it says if the ride exceeds 100. So they're kind of not sure how many people they're going to have. So that makes a big difference. 20 to 30 to 100 is a huge difference on our road. So I'd probably look at for some confirmation on that and keep it as small as possible. As we just spoke to, the busyness of the roads, to have 100 bikes on the road is on a weekend is treacherous. Thanks.
Okay, so the request, I guess today is to accept the special event application and support the use of our roads. So Deputy Revol.
Can we postpone it until we have more information? I would surely like to know more about it to, and discourage some of the routes. So we might have to rework with them, or we could say, go ahead, but rework it. It's another, our residents are expecting us to stop some of these in the Northwest area to just discourage them and to go elsewhere where there is less pressure, because there's so much going on, and in particular on the weekends. So I think postponing it until we have more information might be helpful. And I know, okay, what's the date of it again here? Let's see.
July
July
12th.
12th. So it is coming up pretty quick. Some good suggestions coming from the table here. At least a week.
And Deputy Director Stapley, you've got, I see writing a lot of notes, so you've got what you need to bring back.
Through the chair, yes, we will reach out to them and hopefully we can have an answer next week, if not next week, the week after.
Okay, so Deputy Revol, was that a motion to postpone to next week? Okay. We have that motion. I don't see anybody else. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's go to our seasonal road bans. B2, 2026 road bans, page 18 of our agenda. Engineering technologist Callum. I'm shy, please.
Thank you, and good morning to the Reeve and to Council. In front of Council today is the request to review the proposed 2026 seasonal road bans. With the spring thaw now behind us, the county is able to transition from spring road bans to seasonal bans. While ground conditions have improved, certain roads remain vulnerable and require continued protection. Seasonal road bans help preserve the infrastructure, especially with these more vulnerable roads, by limiting the maximum allowable loads where necessary. Public Works requests that the bans be effective starting at 10 a.m. Thursday, June 4th, 2026. Proposed motion is that Council approve the 2026 seasonal road ban list as presented. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm just looking at the map on our page 115. So the green lines are 100% and the unmarked roads, I'm assuming, are also 100%. What's the difference between the?
So the difference, through the chair to the floor, the difference is with the 100% marked roads, there are limits on going overweight in the what we allow them to haul.
I'm not trying to, it's 100%. So they're allowed 100% of their weight limit, but it's the same on the unmarked roads. So
Sorry, through the chair to the floor, on the unmarked roads, there are provisions to allow for overweight loads to go if approvals can go through road data.
Gotcha. Okay. Anybody else? Otherwise, a motion to sign the vehicle weight order effective 10 a.m. tomorrow. Counselor Callister gives us that. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Do we have, how much time do we have? Boy, I don't think, you think 2 minutes? Okay, well, let's go to B3, Invest Greater Calgary 2026 update. ECDev Officer Mark Laver, page 28 of our agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Eve. Good morning, Council. Before you, we have an information update on the activities of Invest Greater Calgary, which we're a part of. To date, the group has completed a regional sector study, of which Foothills County actually got an individual sector study to identify our target areas for economic development. We also received a logistics report for the region as well. So the information in front of you also shows the activities of the group to date, the proposed activities for the next year, and the associated budget with all of that activity. The recommended motion is to accept it for information.
Thank you very much for that. It is good to see you getting some referrals from Invest Greater Calgary. Pea processing, manufacturing, greenhouse, canola crush, air carbon removal.
I can provide you with a quick update on that. The pea processing was looking for more water than what we could provide. The canola crushing was looking for an existing building, a very large existing building. The only one we had was the MagCan site, and it's not for sale. The other three are still outstanding. Actually, we have somebody coming next week to look at the carbon capture site.
Okay, any questions from anybody or a motion to accept the report? Councillor Alger gives us that motion. All in favor? Motion carries. You did it. Okay, let's take a short pause while we get set up for our 10 a.m. hearing. Welcome back. I'll open our 10 a.m. public hearing for Brady Coates, Northwest 32, Township 21, Range 3, West of 5, redesignation Ag to CR, page 58 of our agenda. Manager Bear, would you please introduce council and administration?
Certainly. Good morning. In council this morning, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Roll, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you, Mr. Reeve.
Thank you. I'll lay out the procedures for our public hearing this morning. We will start with a presentation from our planning officer. Today, that is Planning Officer Curley. Following his presentation, I'll go to yourself as the applicant for any presentation or comments that you wish to provide. Following that, we'll go to any members of the public. We do have one registered that do wish to provide comment. Following that, we'll go to closing comments. First, back to you as the applicant for closing comments, and then back to Planning Officer Curley for his closing comments. At any step along the way, council and administration will be given the opportunity to ask questions for clarification. With that, Planning Officer Curley, please proceed with your presentation.
Garrity, I'm getting a technical issue. Good morning, Mr. Reeve and Council. The application before you is a request to redesignate a portion of a 43.91 acre parcel from agricultural district to country residential district to allow the subdivision of one new country residential district parcel on the east side of the parent parcel. An environmental reserve easement is proposed on part of the new parcel. The subject parcel is within Division 3. It is located 7.3 kilometers south of the hamlet of Prittis and 7.2 kilometers north of the hamlet of Millerville. The project area is bordered by Plumbers Road West to the north. The project is within an area of predominantly agricultural lands, shown in green, that also includes country residential developments, shown in orange. The northwest quarter section of Section 32, Township 21, Range 3, west of the 5th Meridian, is split into two portions of Plumbers Road West, with the subject parcel being the portion to the south of this road. In 1984, an access easement was registered on the subject parcel for access to the quarter section to the south and passes along the east property line here. Between 1964 and 2022, there have been 8 residential district parcels subdivided by the quarter sections to the west of the subject parcel. The agricultural balance to the southwest was also subdivided into 2 parcels in 1995. In 2005, subdivision of the parcel west adjacent to the subject parcel was approved at first reading for 3 new 5-acre parcels. 2 years later, a new application was made for 5 parcels instead of 3, but was refused due to their location on the slope and inconsistency with the surrounding density. Of note, beyond a half mile, it is that a 5.88 acre environmental reserve was registered on Pothole Creek in 1991, approximately 860 meters west and upstream of the subject parcel. To the east of the subject parcel, a 1-acre first parcel out was subdivided from the quarter section immediately east sometime prior to 1989. In 2014, a 6-acre country residential parcel was approved and subdivided south of Plumbers Road, west, with the agricultural district bounds designated as Subdistrict A due to the presence of Pothole Creek. The subject parcel is zoned as agricultural district and is 43.91 acres in size. Lands adjacent to the application are zoned country residential district to the east and west, and agricultural district in all other directions, with the southeast adjacent agricultural parcel being designated as Subdistrict A to account for the creek. The subject parcel is subject to steep slopes in excess of 15% and a recurring minor stream traversing it from west to east, with slopes oriented down toward that creek. Slopes in excess of 15% are shown here in red. A slope stability analysis by a geotechnical engineer has been submitted with the proposal and indicates that it is safe to build with a 5-meter setback from the top of these slopes. The proposal asks council to consider the redesignation of portion of the subject parcel from agricultural district to country residential district in order to allow the future subdivision of one 12.8 acre country residential district parcel with a 2.3 acres of environmental reserve easement along Pothole Creek on the proposed new parcel. The proposed environmental reserve easement is a minimum of 6 meters from either side of the creek and does not overlap with the existing access easement to the east. Here's a photo of the creek facing southeast from the dwelling. The proposed developable area for the agricultural bounds parcel is indicated in blue and considers a 30-meter setback from the creek, as well as the front and side yard setbacks. Public Works recommends applying an environmental reserve easement over the creek and its riparian zone for both parcels. The subject parcel is bordered by Plumbers Road West to the north, which is an 11-meter wide paved road. The right-of-way is 30 meters across. Approaches providing access to the new and balanced parcel already exist, with an approach dedicated to the new parcel here. The balanced parcel is proposed to be accessed from the approach here, although another approach also exists here. Both of the west approaches have a more than 12% slope. Hence, Public Works recommends for the access to the balanced parcel to have an engineered driveway to the building envelope. Further, the approach nearest the developable area has insufficient roadside distance and must be relocated at least 30 meters west. A fourth approach on the east side of the property serves the access easement for the sole use of the neighbor to the south. You can see here the existing development of the new country residential parcel, including buildings to be removed as crossed out with a red X. The buildings that will remain are the single-family dwelling, seen here from the north and the south, a shed, and a barn. The barn is within front property setbacks, although a letter of compliance from 1994 prior to the road widening attests that the development, including this building, complied with land use bylaw number 566. A covered bridge also exists on the access easement for the sole use of the landowner to the south. There is no development on the proposed Balanced Agricultural District parcel, although a proposed development site is indicated. From the south end of the proposed development site here, we can see this flattened area when looking north. From the same location but facing south, this is the view of the creek. The application was externally circulated to those agencies as required under the Municipal Government Act. The Alberta Energy Regulator provided a map and comments regarding a sour gas installation to the north of the subject parcel and encouraging the applicants to contact the licensees to obtain current sour gas setbacks. Miota Gas provided comment stating no concerns, but that an infill application will be required to service the balanced parcel with a gas line, which will need to cross Plumbers Road from north to south. The application was circulated to the county's Public Works Department, who made the following recommendations. For land use, that an environmental reserve easement be applied on both parcels to cover the creek, and that a professional assessment be made on the riparian setbacks of the creek. They further commented that the approaches of the proposed agricultural balanced parcel have slopes steeper than allowed by current standards, and as such will need an engineered approach. They also specified that the approach closest to the proposed building site has insufficient sight distance on the road and will need to be moved at least 30 meters west. Finally, the westmost approach would cross a natural drainage to reach a buildable site. The application was circulated to landowners within a half-mile of the subject parcel's quarter section within the county, and notice of this public hearing was advertised in 2 issues of the Okotoks Western Wheel on May 20th and 27th, with no written submissions received prior to today's hearing. If council could open up page 65 of the agenda containing option number 1 regarding approval. A clerical error was found within the text of the approval regarding the recommendation for a Subdistrict A designation, with the recommended engineered driveway for the agricultural district parcel not being included. The text here shows the added text in yellow highlight. In the next page of the agenda, containing option number 2 regarding refusal, an oversight was found within the text regarding justification for the refusal to clarify that it is not only the fragmentation of land, of agricultural land that would cause issue, but also the removing of this land from agricultural district. The text here shows the added text in yellow highlight. This concludes my presentation. Mr. Even Council, thank you.
Thank you very much. Go to council and administration for any questions you may have. Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Do you have a flood overlay map?
Through the chair to Councillor Kendall. I don't believe there is a flood overlay map on this particular parcel.
Okay. And what would you guess is the percentage of the land that the slopes are in excess of 15 degrees? And how steep does it get beyond 15 degrees if you have that information?
Through the reef to Councillor Kendall, I don't have that information.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a question on the location of the sour gas well. Could you identify where it is in relation to the parcel? I know it's been generally stated, but I'd just be curious in specifically seeing it there. I don't know if it was in our report, but I looked and didn't see it.
Through the Reef to Council. In the image I'm showing here, it would be about where my cursor is.
Okay, thank you.
And northwest of that core section.
Okay. Very good, thank you. And I'm not sure if this question is for you or for the applicant is, how does the drainage work from Plumbers Road? Is there a significant amount of drainage that flows over from the road through the ditch into the property? I'm just wondering how the drainage works. So I'd just be interested to know whether it's the applicant or anything from yourself or Public Works, if anybody can provide an observation on that, because there has been slumping of the road of Plumbers Road. So I'm just curious in that particular area how the drainage is working. Thank you.
Through the Reef to Council. So I would defer to either the applicant or Public Works for this.
Okay, I don't see anybody else. So at this point, we'll go to the applicant. I believe Mr. Brady, if you had further comments or a presentation, whatever you had for us this morning.
Hello, good morning. Yes, I have a presentation that I've made, a PowerPoint presentation, so I'll try and put that up. And I'll try and address the questions that you had there that we hadn't answered yet. I'll just try and get the PowerPoint up here. Is that working? Okay. Well, good morning, Reeve and Council. Thanks for hearing our application. My name's Oliver Brady. My wife, Heather Coates, and our son, Arthur, are just out for a walk, I guess. This is my first time doing anything like this, so I'll do my very best. Arthur had us up till 2 o'clock last night, so I'm gonna do the best I can to stay focused here. This property, I've taken it quite seriously, even though I haven't ever done this before. I've really closely looked at all the requirements. I've spoken with professionals. I've spoken with neighbors, and all before coming here today. So I'm hoping it's a pretty reasonable proposal. I understand that we've got to be cautious around creeks and slopes and water tables and preserving rural character and agricultural land. So I'm going to try and touch on all that stuff today. I'm not asking you guys to ignore those concerns. I want to look at these parcels' specific attributes, and hopefully we can kind of clarify all the details. I'd like to invite questions as well. If there's anything that you guys are unsure of, I'd really want to be able to answer them, have the opportunity to answer them. So I have to do the PowerPoint on both because my notes are on my laptop. So the request in plain terms is that you hopefully can grant the first reading. Pierre went through all of the real details here, so we're just leaving the existing house and barn in place, and we're subdividing that in the most logical place. I put the line of subdivision from north to south, kind of halfway between the existing house and the developable area. There's already a clearing that's been made long before I bought this place, probably based on the age of the trees. I would say the clearing was put in about 40 years ago. Somebody leveled the area stripped the topsoil, leveled the area, and prepared a spot to build probably when this initial house was built on the property. And then they just never went any further developing it than that. The location is away from, it's up and away from the creek and not within the riparian area. And we don't want to disturb any natural areas. That's why we specifically are looking at this one spot and not doing any more. Why this matters to our family. So we bought the property because we wanted to move to Foothills County and raise our kids there. We've got our one child and another on the way. I'm a civil engineering technologist. I work in building science and durability of homes. Heather's a veterinarian, and we want room for animals and for kids to grow up. And this isn't speculative. We're doing this so that we can remain on the land. The existing house that's there, we bought the property knowing that the house needed work. And then as we were digging into stuff more and more, we realized it sort of needed more work. And it's pretty much to the point where it would probably be cheaper to demolish the house and rebuild it. But it's got such a charm that we like, and it really speaks to the aesthetic of the country and the Foothills County. And there's not a lot of log houses around like this, especially kind of a modest log house like this. So we're really putting all that we can financially into fixing this house up right. And so our position now is we have to finish fixing the house up and sell the property, or we can subdivide so that we can stay on the property. Our approach to this house is kind of the same as their approach to the land, where we want to avoid unnecessary disturbance. We want to make careful long-term decisions and use what's already there. Our connection to the land, we love the creek. I grew up in Jasper. I was born and raised in Jasper. So the natural areas matter a lot to me and preserving that. And also both Heather and I, our families grew up on farms, and we lived on a farm before moving to Calgary. So that's why we wanted to be out on the land on a farm, but also kind of on a place where we can have some natural creeks and natural areas. I spoke with the nearest neighbors, and nobody had any objections as well. So we really wanted to make sure that we didn't impact our neighbors with this proposed subdivision. So the layout here, you can see the existing clearing from the aerial photo, and the new building envelope that we've proposed includes that clearing, and that would be the goal, is to build on that. We don't want to open up the land or create several small lots. That's not our goal here. We kind of actually want the opposite of that, and we don't want this piece to be cut into a bunch of small pieces. And because I think the creek is a bit too important to have a bunch of development next to. But because this existing clearing has already been prepared to build on, it's going to be minimally invasive to put something there. And hopefully by putting something there, we can kind of close the door to more development on the parcel. It's quite a big piece of land for just one resident, one residential development or one residential house. And we think that because of the size of the property and the location, that it's always going to have development pressure. A lot of the surrounding land has been subdivided, as you saw on the maps from Pierre. And so we're kind of trying to avoid a bunch of 5-acre pieces on it, because that would cut into the land. And there's slope stability, not concerns, but if we developed a bunch more places on this property, you would have to question the slope stability. But this particular spot, we looked at 2 spots, and this was stable. This building envelope was selected because of this flat spot. It's a historically cleared and leveled area done decades ago. We're avoiding disturbing any natural area by using just this spot. The geotechnical review confirmed the suitability of this site. When the geotechnical engineer was there, they did confirm the suitability of another location, which I'll show, I think, in another picture. But we don't want to pursue it. The goal isn't to make more subdivisions. The goal is just to thoughtfully place a residence on this location and kind of close off any other development. This is a picture from the south side of the building envelope, the proposed building envelope, looking down at the creek. So we did consult a biologist before going too far into this as well. And so I have a signed and stamped letter from the biologist that specializes in wetland and riparian habitats, which supports the 30-meter setback from the top of bank, actually puts us kind of right at the crest of this hill. So we're several meters above the top of bank of the creek, and we're 30 meters away from the creek. So we've been careful to make sure that we're not encroaching on riparian or wetland habitat at all. And we're willing to register an environmental reserve easement or subdistrict A or any other preferred tool that the council might have to protect the creek in the spot. Just for my curiosity and to make sure that we're covering all our bases, I dug a hole to make sure that the water table wasn't really high in this spot. And so I dug down 8 feet and didn't hit any water. I did this in the springtime here when the water table is generally the highest. So this hole was dug on that flat prepared area. As you can see, there's no topsoil there because that was taken away at the time that this work was done. And I've got a picture just in the hole to show there's no water in there. That obviously isn't like a scientific way of testing the water table. And if we get approved and we go further, the septic design has to incorporate obviously the actual soils and the slopes and the setbacks and everything. But this is just a ballpark to say this location doesn't have a really high water table. So there are only 2 wells currently on this whole quarter section, one at the existing house and one on the parcel to the north of Plumbers Road. We've got 2 springs on the property, a running spring and a seeping spring. So the groundwater availability seems like there's lots of groundwater. We don't think that one well for this new piece of land to negatively impact any surrounding wells. The slope stability. So this is a little bit more granular map of the topography. And so these were the 2 sites that the geotechnical engineers looked at. The one on the left or west is one that they identified that would meet their requirements and would be okay to build on, but we don't want to pursue it. And it's kind of skinny because you'd have to set back from the road and set back from the creek, which is why it's kind of a long, skinny place where you could technically put a house, but I just think it would be impractical and I'm not interested in it. So the square is where the proposed building envelope is, which is over top of the clearing that's there. The geotechnical slope stability assessment approved that location. They said that there was no issues with that. They did say that when somebody goes to build a house on it, they recommended a site-specific and project-specific assessment at that time to double-check it. This actually might be a good time I can address the drainage. I don't know if you can see my mouse, but there is only one culvert on Plumbers Road here, and that is right here. So there is any drainage, any water that comes from the north side of Plumbers Road goes down through this culvert on the just west of the B there, and just east of the westmost approach. And that is where Public Works said it would be difficult to use that west approach because you'd have to put a culvert in to cross the drainage. But there's no other culverts along this area on the north side of Plumbers Road, so you don't have like overland drainage from the north property coming through either the existing house or yard or the new building envelope area. You also asked what's the steepest slope. So I don't have the exact angle for the steepest slope, but it's probably like 20 degrees. And it's on the far east side. You see a clearing on the far east side of the property. And there's a clearing on the far west side of the property. And those are the two steepest parts. And then the middle is a lot less steep. So the middle, where it contains the existing residence, our proposed development site or building envelope there, and also the other area that the geotechnical engineer said would be okay. This whole center section is not as steep, so they're not concerned with stability anywhere there. So the agricultural land is important. I respect the importance of preserving the agricultural land. As well, this is technically zoned as agricultural land. It's treed, it's sloped, it's shaped by the creek valley. There's no way that a person could do crops on this. Like it would be impossible or really, really disruptive of the riparian zone to get rid of trees and put a field in. So it's not really practical to use this land as agricultural land for crops. And livestock also, the forage would be marginal. You wouldn't be able to support many cows, and they would be so hard on the riparian zone that I think that it would be a real net negative. So I think for agricultural use, this parcel would be important not to use. And I think the main feature of this piece of land is the creek, is the riparian zone. So we shouldn't allow any future agricultural use really on this parcel or any real intensive agricultural livestock. Keeping the natural cover there and placing one home on it, and then putting in some mechanisms in place to protect the creek, I think is the most responsible way to keep this piece of land natural and keep the riparian zone healthy. The rural character is important to keep up. This is a picture from the road looking at where the proposed building envelope is, and it's treed. We would try to keep really all the trees, other than putting a driveway into that spot. We would try and keep that so that you don't really see it from the road. We maintain dark sky, we maintain vegetation, and as far as the rural character is concerned, we're also trying to keep the existing log house. So we're really trying to be less invasive and keep it looking natural. As far as future density is concerned, this map I made that includes the setback from the road, the setback from the creek, and the property side setbacks. And it really shows you how undevelopable the rest of this property is. I did speak to the county earlier, and they said that they like subdivisions less than 10 acres because they have less future development pressure. As you can see, the 13 acres that I'm proposing on the west side, or on the east side, sorry, you can't really cut that piece any smaller without leaving a weird panhandle and stuff for the balance. So I think even though it's over 10 acres, there's no practical way to subdivide that any further. And then for the part on the west, there's really this one building envelope site that's good. And the rest of it is either too tight between the creek and the road, or else on the south side of the creek, the geotechnical engineer said that the ground was just too wet, it's too soft, and it's too steep. So there's just really no practical way of developing on the south side of the creek. We're not seeking to do any further subdivision. That's not on the plans in the future. The other thing is that I noticed the south side of the creek has very little development all across the creek valley because it's a north-facing slope. It's steeper, it's wetter. And so all of the development that you see in the surrounding area is almost all on the north side of the creek because it gets more sun, it's not as steep. And so it's a much more suitable location on the north side of the creek than the south side of the creek. We do think that future owners or future councils will face this development pressure. So we're hoping that we can move forward with this and with the right mechanisms, make it so that it doesn't get developed more in the future. Oh, this is my point, north of the creek. So this is a picture and you can see almost all of the subdivision is all on the north side of the creek. And that's another reason why, like, really everything south of the creek is on our property anyways, is not good for developing. So, you know, our commitments are to protect the creek corridor through an ERE, Subdistrict A, or county preferred tool, limit future residential use to the identified building envelope, use the already disturbed leveled building area, maintain existing vegetation, not disturb the creek or riparian zone, and accept the professional review of the engineers and the county conditions for slope stability, water supply, septic, drainage, and access for you know, the actual subdivision step. And so we want to work with council and administration on all reasonable conditions. We're not really coming to say this is what we really demand to do. I think I want to present what our goals are, and then if you guys have any input on that. So closing request is to add this one country residential opportunity. It's a already disturbed upland building area that is the building envelope. It's up and away from the creek valley, and we've got professional review of the geologists, the biologist, and the normal technical review at subdivision remains in place. The detailed conditions can be confirmed at the next stage, and we welcome your questions or direction on conditions that might make the outcome more productive. And that's it.
Thank you very much. I do have Heather listed here, but I'm thinking she's probably not got anything to say.
Sorry, we were really hoping that she initially wasn't going to come because we thought he'd be a handful, and then he was. So she.
We enjoy the noise.
If he was here, she'd probably be in support.
Okay. I'll go to council administration for any questions you have of the applicant at this time. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Mr. Brady. Great presentation. Absolutely great.
Thank you
for that. Just a point of clarity. So you're fixing up the old place and then you want to build your dream home on the balance. Is that?
I think
we're not sure.
We'll probably fix the dream house and stay in that place.
Okay.
Unless we run into a bunch more money where we can build our dream house. So probably it's fix the existing house up, live there and sell the balance.
Okay.
But I want as much land as possible. So
Yeah.
I would prefer to stay on the balance.
Yeah.
And sell the existing house, but they're both awesome properties. And I we haven't really solidified that yet. It's just kind of where we can be financially and how feasible it is to build a house from scratch.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going. You're kind of giving up the lion's share of your property.
I know. I don't want to do that. It's just, you can't, keeping it as one big piece isn't really an option for us. And I think that, like, there's always going to be developmental pressure. So we've got to, this is a pretty practical way of dividing it up. It's a pretty natural way of dividing it up. So if we can, we would sell the existing house and build.
Yep.
But that's might be wishful thinking, but we'll do what we can.
Thanks for that. And one more, Mr. Chair, if I may, through the chair to the planning department. We've seen these before where a quarter is bisected by a road. How do we handle that as a first parcel out kind of thing of the whole quarter?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Director Hemingway. Do you have the answer for that?
So previously, when a road bisected a quarter section and therefore created two separate titles. The larger parcel would be considered an unsubdivided quarter section and the smaller one would not. It would be considered not unsubdivided quarter section. So that doesn't necessarily apply today under today's rules. So I would suggest this is a subdivided quarter section and the parcel that council is viewing today is the first parcel out of the quarter section.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation. Very comprehensive. I'm assuming that you did not have a flood overlay map, probably if county doesn't have one.
No, I did look into this. It's not a big enough creek that they've made. The government doesn't have a flood overlay map for it. I did some calculations based on the like the creek right now, the mainstream channel is about a meter wide by maybe half a meter deep is about the amount of water that goes through it. And so you could imagine a spot that is 5 meters higher and 30 meters both directions. It would be so far from flooding that house. I don't have the calculations. I actually was going to try and do that, but it's really far from if the creek had, I think I did the math where it would have to be like 150 times the volume of the creek to get even part of the way up the hill. So because of the vertical distance, I've got the slope map there, and it's 5 meters from the top of bank at the creek to the lowest point of the building envelope. It's so there's so much volume in that creek valley that there's no way that it wouldn't even be 1 in 200 years that it could get up that high. And the proposed building envelope area is the same elevation as the existing house as well. It's not lower.
Director Hemingway.
Thank you, sir. I just wanted to confirm that the province has not flood mapped Pothole Creek, and we don't have.
Yeah,
flood mapping for
I
it.
did a lot of looking into it. I could not find it anywhere. Yeah, no.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question I have for you. So you observed that there is drainage through the culvert that you explained to us on the road there, but did you also do you have an observation on how the drainage works in the ditch that would be on the south side of Plumbers Road for the entirety of your north boundary? Does that drain into your property?
Yes, I think some of the ditch does and some of the ditch doesn't. The Plumbers Road cuts through kind of that side hill. So I can show you on a map if I can bring that back up again, if you'd like. So on the south side of the road, there's an area that drains through here. This is the lower spot, right? Kind of here, if you can see with the mouse. So there's not any substantial amount of drainage from there because it's not coming from the north side of the creek or north side of the road. But just on the south side of the road, you've got a channel that comes through here. And so with moving the approach over, we were hoping not to move the approach over because there is a kind of a natural high spot where that approach is. Moving it over 30 meters would actually put it in kind of a bad spot, and because of the slope off of the side of Plumbers Road. So we'd probably want to move it more like 60 meters over to this spot here. And then we'd come down with the driveway kind of going south and east into the proposed area. And then we would put a culvert right here. Just a small culvert would suffice. And of course, this would be engineered. But you just have this little area here that does drain there. And then the rest of this from Plumbers Road does drain south. But that's not area that we would want to develop. And then this area north of the existing house, a large part of that, I think, goes down Plumbers Road to the east.
Okay, thank you. Actually, you explained, my next question was how you would handle the driveway, moving the driveway, and it looks like you had to accommodate it based on your observations there as well. So appreciate that.
Yeah, no
And-
problems. And that's why a big part of why we didn't want to use this farther west approach, because that is an actual major drainage area. And so we just don't want to, I just don't want to go close to it. I'd rather just keep it
Okay.
undisturbed.
All right, thank you for your answer.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you to the chair and through the chair to the applicant. Just a question, did you look at any other, sorry, subdivisions, like instead of splitting it, 12 and 31 and maybe looked at dividing it in half?
Yeah, I kind of looked at all of the possible options here. The main thing from the outset, the goal wasn't to just subdivide it. The goal was there is a already prepared flat spot that is perfect to build on. And how do we subdivide that into a separate piece from the existing house? So if we were to subdivide it in half, then you would have the existing house and that clearing on the same piece. And the balance of it would really have no good places to build on. So the reason I put the line here is it gives the maximum amount of setback from the proposed, from the already made clearing to the property line and the existing house to the property line. So both of those neighbors will have the maximum amount of privacy. And it's all treed in there, so you can't see in between those two sites at all. And there's no other developable areas on the west side unless you really worked hard to do some flattening and leveling and make it work. So there's really just two building sites, as you can see from this. There's the triangular building site where the existing house is, and then there's this triangular building site where the proposed site is. And I've just cut in between those, and there's no other places that are practical. If that makes sense.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't see anybody else, so at this time we will go to members of the public that wish to speak. On my list, I have Tom McKay. Were you wishing to speak to the application? Yeah, if you can just come up to the mic here so we can all hear you online too. Thanks.
My name's Tom McKay. I'm the landowner directly to the south, that quarter section. Be the southwest of 32-21-3 W5. I've been on that property for 37 years. And I am in favor of this subdivision proposal. Do have a couple of comments relating to some questions that came up from council during the consideration of this proposal. Regarding flooding on Pothole Creek, during that really bad, well, we've had two really bad floods since I've been out there on the property. Two bad floods within the MD at the time, now the county. And Pothole Creek did rise above the, I guess we'd call it the natural boundaries of the creek, which, as Oliver said, is about 1 meter wide. Sorry, I'm in old school. I have to tell you in feet, 3 feet wide and about 1/2 foot deep. That's sort of normal, but during those two really bad floods, the creek, the first time the creek went 60 feet wide, and it went about, from memory, maybe it gained elevation of about, 2 or 3 feet. So it went wider rather than higher, and that's just due to the topography, of course. And the reason why it did that, and it did it on Oliver's land, it did not do it downstream of Oliver's land to the east. And the reason why it did is because I had a 4-foot culvert in there at that time. That's before I put in my bridge. And that culvert acted as a restriction, and the water actually went over my road. And then every spring, ice would build up in my 4-foot culvert, and the water, as the ice melted and the snow melted, would go over my road. And I kept bringing in more and more gravel and fill to fix my road. And I got tired of that, so I went to Oceans and Fisheries Canada and Alberta Environment and got permits to build that bridge. The bridge is 44 feet long, 16 feet wide, and it's sitting on piles that were driven 30 feet down into the ground. Since I built that bridge, we have had no water backup. So the creek has a lot more cross-sectional area to flow now that the culvert is no longer in place. Flooding from Pothole Creek, in my experience in 37 years, is a non-issue. Just to clarify that. But I think it was a very reasonable question by members of council to ask that question. But that's the way that creek seems to want to work. Regarding any other issues, I'm not generally in favor of subdivision in my area. We kind of like it the way it is, but we've looked at what Oliver and his wife Heather are proposing, and to us, my wife and I that seems to make the most sense. Definitely, this is not, although it's classified as agriculture, I don't know how in the world you could ever possibly even run cattle out there without clearing all the trees. And then as soon as you do that, you affect Pothole Creek. So anyway, I'm in favor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I don't see any questions for you. And I don't see anybody else in the gallery wishing to speak, and nobody registered. So at this point in time, I'll go to closing comments. Mr. Brady, do you have anything in closing you wish to say?
I had some points to clarify if anybody had any further questions, but it seems like we've covered all of it. You guys have asked really good questions, and I think that I just look forward to your guys' decision, and hopefully we can pass this stage and look into the more technical requirements that you guys would need at the next stage. So thank you guys for hearing us. And I think I already took all the time I was allowed for the first presentation. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. One last time, we're back to council for questions. Deputy Revol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just from the point of your property, how far away, if you would recall, there was a couple of slumped areas on Plumbers Road in the past history, recent history. Are they fairly close to this property, or are they further to the west?
I haven't really been here long enough to notice where those are, so I don't really know. I know that there was on the very far west side of my property by Pothole Creek, there's some topography that looks like it slumped into the creek, but that's like on my west property line. But I'm not really sure whether Plumbers Road was affected by that. I'm confident it wasn't where this is, or else I think I would have noticed it.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
Okay, I don't see anybody else, so I'll go back to Planning Officer Crowley. Any closing comments that you have?
I have no further comments.
One last, yeah, go ahead.
Just to that last question, it would speak to it better. The geotechnical engineer, when he was on site, he was specifically looking for slumped areas. So he walked the site and was looking for areas of slumping when the geotechnical review was done. So that was part of the goal of that review.
Okay, and one last time back to council administration for any questions you have. I don't see any, so I will close the public hearing at this time. You're welcome to remain in the gallery and watch council's deliberations and decision whenever we do come to that. Alternatively, you can also watch it online. The YouTube link can be found on the county's website. Either way, a decision will be sent to you once the minutes are ratified, likely next week. Thank you for coming and hope you have a good day. Are we good to proceed or do we need to switch? We're good to go? Okay. We'll just give Planning Officer Crowley a moment to get caught up and oh, I guess somebody else next. Okay, let's take a quick couple of minutes. Welcome back. I will now open the public hearing for Joki Northeast 2, Township 21, Range 29, West of 4, Amendment to CR District, page 77 of our council agenda. Manager Barrett, would you please introduce council and administration?
Certainly. Good morning. In council this morning, you have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Alan Alger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you, Mr. Reeve.
Thank you. The procedures for our public hearing this morning will commence as follows. First of all, we will go and have a presentation from our planning officer. Today, Planning Officer Smith will be doing that. Following that, we will go to the applicant for any presentation or comments that you wish to provide. Following that, we will go to any members of the public that do wish to speak. We have a few registered. Everybody will be given an opportunity to speak once, and following that, we will go back to closing comments, back to the applicant first for closing comments, and then back to Planning Officer Smith for any closing comments that she has. At each step along the way, council and administration will be given an opportunity to ask questions for clarification. With that, Planning Officer Smith, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Reeve and Council. The land use amendment application before you this morning is from landowner Tyler Joki on a portion of Northeast Quarter, Section 2, Township 21, Range 29, west of the 4th Meridian, Plan 5996HS, Block A. The subject 18.37 acre parcel, shown shaded in blue, is located within Division 7 and the Central District of the Growth Management Strategy. It is located directly east of 1048 Drive East and directly north of 330th Avenue East. It is approximately 50 meters to the east of Highway 2 and is not within the boundaries of the Foothills County and Town of Okotoks Intermunicipal Development Plan area. The purpose of today's application looks to amend the country residential land use rules to allow the future subdivision of 3 new country residential district parcels. Lot 1 being 3.91 acres, Lot 2 being the balance parcel as 5.94 acres, Lot 3 as 4 acres, and Lot 4 as 4.5 acres. The subject parcel is currently 18.37 acres in total and can be considered a nominal 20 acres due to the construction of 1048 Drive East and 330th Avenue East. The subject lands are primarily flat with evidence of an intermittent drainage course running through the center of the parcel in a north-south orientation, although not shown on the county's GIS mapping. You can see that it flows through the north and south of the property and does flow through there. This photo was taken from 330th Avenue and shows the drainage running through the proposed balance at the location indicated by the blue arrow on the ortho image. The subject parcel is currently accessed from an existing approach along 1048 Drive East, as indicated by the red arrow on the site plan. This approach is shown, or as shown, is proposed to continue being utilized to provide access to Lot 1. Public Works has advised that the approach location does not have adequate site distance for northbound traffic coming around the bend from 330th Avenue. Their suggestion is that trees could be removed and that a hidden driveway sign is required as condition of subdivision. Proposed Lot 2, or the balance parcel, is to have a new approach constructed as indicated by the red arrow and shown here. Public Works advised that a culvert will be required and is to be located clear of power poles and drainage course. Lot 3 is proposed to use an existing approach from 330th Avenue, with Public Works requiring vegetation removal and gravel surfacing. However, no culvert is required at this location. And lastly, Lot 4 will require a new approach to be constructed, with Public Works advising no concerns other than a culvert. Existing development on the subject parcel includes a primary dwelling, one temporary dwelling, and multiple agricultural buildings which are deemed as non-conforming, as they were in place prior to the requirements of the land use bylaw. An additional mobile home exists within proposed Lot 1 and is proposed to be removed as condition of subdivision. I'll now go into further detail regarding development as they would be situated on each proposed lot. Proposed Lot 1 contains a primary dwelling with attached garage to remain as indicated by the yellow circle. This was a previously approved temporary dwelling and is located 14.79 meters from the new proposed property boundary between lots 1 and 2. A 3,455 square foot barn, identified by the red square, is proposed to remain on Lot 1. The location of this barn, as per the site plan, would not meet municipal setback requirements of 15 meters and appears it would be located right up against the proposed property line, exceeding the 90% variance in which the Development Authority could consider under a development permit for a relaxation. The size of the existing barn also exceeds the accessory building size allotment on a property between 3 to 4.99 acres, which allows for 4 accessory buildings with total cumulative size no greater than 3,075 square feet. The parcel currently contains a mobile home, which has been identified to be removed as condition of subdivision. 2 wells exist as indicated by the pink dots and a septic system as indicated by the green dot. During a site inspection, 2 additional structures, being grain bins, are located west of the mobile home, but were not included on the site plan. Proposed Lot 2 contains a primary dwelling to remain as indicated by the pink circle and is located 14.79 meters from the new proposed boundary between lots 1 and 2. 3 agricultural buildings identified as Barn B, Pole Barn A, and Building C, equal to 7,771 square feet, are requested by the landowner to remain and are shown highlighted in green in the northeasternmost area of the proposed lot. Additionally, Lot 2 contains 2 water wells, identified again in pink, and 1 septic system identified in bright green. Proposed Lot 2 also contains structures identified as Building B, Pole Barn B, Building D, and Building E, equal to 3,696 square feet, shown highlighted in yellow. They are all currently deemed non-conforming and are identified by the landowner to either be considered by council to remain as non-conforming or could be removed. 4 structures have been identified on the site plan but have already been removed from the property as indicated by the X's. The following recommended conditions have been provided to address both setbacks and excess number and sizes of buildings on proposed lots 1 and 2. For Lot 1, the landowner shall provide a revised site plan prior to 2nd and 3rd reading, illustrating the proposed boundary between Lot 1 and 2 shall be adjusted to allow the barn to meet setback distances of 15 meters, or at minimum, show it to be located 1.5 meters from the new boundary to be considered for a relaxation through a future development permit process. The landowner shall submit a development permit application for Lot 1 to bring the oversized accessory building or barn and setbacks for the barn and dwelling into compliance as condition of subdivision, and the existing mobile home shall be removed from Lot 1 as condition of subdivision. For Lot 2, the revised site plan shall also illustrate the proposed boundary between Lot 2 and 3 is adjusted to allow any remaining buildings to meet setback distances of 15 meters to the new property boundary. The landowner shall submit a development permit application for proposed Lot 2 to bring the number and size of remaining structures and setbacks into compliance. Due to the condition of the structure, Pole Barn A on Lot 2 is suggested to be deemed as non-conforming and may continue being used for personal use only, but may not be enlarged, added to, rebuilt, or structurally altered. And lastly, the landowner shall remove Building B, Pole Barn B, Building D, and Building E as condition of subdivision. This application was circulated to all required provincial, municipal, and utility agencies. The county's Public Works Department, as previously discussed, require various improvements for each approach location. And lots 3 and 4 shall be designated as Country Residential Subdistrict A, requiring high water table testing for foundation design, septic disposal evaluations as conditions of subdivision, and both will require lot grading and drainage plans be submitted at time of future development. Alberta Transportation and ATCO Gas both advised no concerns. The application was circulated to area landowners within a half mile on May 13th and advertised in the May 20th and 27th issues of the Okotoks Western Wheel. One letter was received after submission of the staff report and prior to today's hearing. And this concludes my presentation to council. I can answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll go to council and administration for any questions you have at this time. Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Chair of the Development Authority. Sorry, can you go to the diagram of parcel 1 and go over that condition a little bit?
Sure.
To help get that straight.
Sure. Sorry, did you want the diagram or this slide
Well,
here?
I'm trying to put the two together, so revise the site. I wanted to make sure I understood which barn you were referring to. So if we can go to the site diagram, so it's 1.5 meters from the.
So on the screen here, it is this barn in green here that is identified as being located right against the new property boundary. It is suggested that in some way that the landowner could revise this so that the existing barn is not right against the property boundary.
Okay, thank you for that. And sorry, was there a part B to that? Or was that?
Sorry, the hope is that the building could meet setbacks of 15 meters. However, based on the current kind of how the buildings are located, it may be challenging. So the suggestion is that the revised site plans show that it is at least 1.5 meters away from the new boundary so that a relaxation of setbacks could be applied for and considered by the Development Authority in future.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the big long barn at the north end there shows that the barn A part, the longest part, is going to be removed. So just chop the barn in half. Maybe that's not a question for you, but and which one was the mobile home, the dwelling? I'm assuming it is the southwesterly one, the dwelling B.
Thank you for your question. It is my understanding that building or barn A has been removed already. I will defer to the landowner to confirm. And the mobile trailer is this one that is highlighted in pink here.
Thank you. Director Hemingway.
Officer Smith, are you aware of the setback to the north property line, what the existing setback is for the portion of barn A that is intended to be maintained or capped, what the setback is currently to the north property line?
Currently, I do not. As part of a development permit in future, we would recommend that that also be addressed.
I'm also noticing that the setback to the east of existing structures on what would be lot 2 aren't going to meet. Is there not a possibility to move that property line boundary of lot 3 sufficiently that the setbacks can be met to the east?
Yes, that has been a added condition as part of subdivision approval.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see anybody else. So at this point in time, I will go to the applicant for any presentation or comments that you wish to provide to council. So Mr. Joki, I believe, please proceed.
Thanks for having me. So grand plan is I bought this place 8 months ago and it is just an old farm and everything needs to come down. So I'm trying to get towards compliance or some sort of conformity, but in the grand plan, I like to have clean, nice, tidy acreages and I'm just trying to clean it all up. So far to date, we've moved 40 tons of steel and 20 tons of garbage out of there and tore down 6,000 square feet of building and just trying to clean it up. There is one property near me that's not as nice, but I'm just trying to clean up my place and make it nicer for all the neighbors in general. So whatever you guys need and whatever the neighbors need to work through this, I'm open to all suggestions. I don't have much of a plan in the grand scheme of things, just to tidy it up and make it less buildings per property. So that's why I want to subdivide it, because there's too many buildings per the property. So other than that, that's all I really have to plan for.
Okay, thank you. We'll go back to council administration for questions you may have. Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the applicant, when I look on my ortho map here, it looks like your property kind of runs contiguously to the property to the north, like the material that's on your property kind of blends in with the neighbors. Is there affiliation between the two properties?
There is a wind fence. I think at one point in time, the property to the north of me had permits to run a scrapyard. And it really just looks like a scrapyard.
Yeah.
But it's all on his side of the fence.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Deputy Revol.
Thank you. Can you explain your rationale a little bit about why you wanted the 4 lots? It just seems like if you had one or divided it in half might make more sense, or if you had one big lot with all the buildings on it and then sorted that all out. And just looking at it, I'm just wondering if you can explain why the number of lots.
I think in general, 4 acres is a nice number for most people to manage. There's not a whole lot of other use for the rest of that property. It's all, by the time if we ever get that the overpass in, which would be lovely, I think that property there is not the best for residential use. It'll be better used for something else. But I think separating it would make it a usable space for the future. And as far as where my property lines are, it's the only place you can put them that's as far away to separate the 2 houses. Ideally, what I would like to have is another house in the front there where the grain bins are almost, or some sort of barn dominium style workshop, home shop type space, whereas those other houses are very small and they would meet the requirements as a secondary detached dwelling, or a secondary suite detached, I should say. So both those houses, the 2 residences, would meet the requirements for secondary suite detached. And so I can't build it currently. I cannot build anything more because there's 20,000 square feet of building there that's basically falling down. But that big hip roof barn is beautiful and I kind of want to keep it. It's just nice. Everything else is junk. But in the meantime, I can't build anything more. And so I need places to store, lawnmowers and such. So I keep that one building on lot 1 until such time as I can build a building. But I can't build a building on anywhere because there's already too many. So if I separate it, at least I could build something new and nice.
Okay, thank you. I guess as I was looking at the amazing task you have ahead of you of cleaning, it's commendable for sure. And just, you know, looking at your plan and hoping that certainly will keep that moving forward, that whole cleanup effort. I'm sure, like you mentioned, it was important to you, but also it sounds like to the neighborhood as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else. So at this point in time, we will go to members of the public that wish to speak. Everybody will be given one opportunity to speak. First on my list, I have Mitch Burney. Did you wish to speak? You can just come up to the mic over here.
Good morning. I'm requesting that the
Sorry, you gotta get close to the mic there so we
Okay,
can
yeah.
hear you.
Is it on? Okay, I'm requesting that the mobile home be removed immediately with an effective date, preferably within 30 days. I've already requested that this mobile home be removed over 100 days ago. The permit was granted for the owners, the previous owners on compassionate grounds to look after their in-laws or parents. Prior to the approval of subdividing, I'm requesting the current infrastructure be upgraded to current regulations. For example, proper septic fields, proper wells drilled with reports and upgraded septic mounds. My understanding is that these are old open wells with open septic fields, or sorry, old septic fields. Many wells in the area have been contaminated with high groundwater. The two existing houses should have to legally share the current driveway through an easement off of 1048 Drive because of the blind corner turning onto 330 Ave East. Currently, they have several driveways that are accessing 1048 Drive. I'm requesting that all pig barns, hay barns, chicken coops, and any structure that's not contributing to the subdivision be removed. Example, everything that's not a dwelling. The MRO road should be upgraded to asphalt at the cost of the developer. This should not fall on the existing owners of the neighborhood who have been here for 10 to 20 years. In these scenarios, the roads get upgraded and then everyone's taxes go up to pay for the infrastructure that was required for the new development. There are subdivisions in the area that have been approved and they have proper asphalt roads and still have substantial vacancy. For these reasons, I don't think this should be approved at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Burney. Any questions from council? I just was wondering, back to the wells. So where's your property from here, and can you speak to your well?
My property is 2 or 3 lots north of here. And I have this information from the previous owner. He said that his wells were contaminated last year with the heavy rains, where his septic field was basically just pouring into his well.
Okay.
So it'd be nice to see the current infrastructure be upgraded before we look at subdivision.
Okay, thank you for that. And I don't see anybody else, so thank you for coming. Next on my list, I have Candace White. Did you wish to speak?
Good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today, it's a pleasure to meet my new neighbor, Mr. Jokey, and I'm delighted to hear that he's going to be cleaning the property up, and I've seen the effort that you put in. I don't really have a position today, more just a number of questions. Some of them are for the landowner, probably the majority are for council. I'm on the property that's the 20-acre parcel on the northeast corner. Northeast of the subject property. My parents bought the property in 1964, so I am officially probably the longest term landowner in the community. And I've seen a lot of development in the community. There's been a lot of subdivision, including one of the first subdivisions I think that the MD ever permitted. And attendant with that, I watched my neighbors, successively leave the community and subdivide. My questions are more around what's for council really, or what are the long-term plans for that area, given the proposed plans for the overpass. There's a 9-acre parcel immediately in front of my parcel that I believe is targeted for some kind of a turnaround or turnabout for access onto the overpass. And also on the other side of the highway, we have a number of plans for commercialization of 338th. So my question is this the right decision to increase the density in this area, given that there are known water drainage issues in the area? And also my other neighbor that I met today for the first time has raised some important concerns around infrastructure as well as concerns around safety. So I think my questions are more for the council, like what is the long-term plan for this area? I have immediate concerns around water table issues. I have my parents drilled the well in 64. Excuse me, my chair is scooting out from underneath me. Sorry. That's a symptom of being a short ass, as my dad would say. And that was recorded too. Oops. But my parents drilled that well in 1964. It's a shallow well, 40 feet was my understanding. I worry about the new 2 lots. Susan, thank you so much for asking that question. Like, what's the plan for lots 3 and 4? I also have questions about that because of the impact to me around the water table specifically, as well as the drainage issues. So I would want to have assurance from council and from the landowner that the current water problems won't be enhanced, contributed to, or otherwise exacerbated by the development. I do have questions around commercial activity as well. I would want to understand if there's any kind of commercial activity occurring on the parcels or intended to occur on the parcels, which also would, based on my limited experience of having a tiny little mobile grooming business that I've discontinued, I did have to go through the process of getting proper permits and permissions and licensing for that. So as I said, I'm not here to object. I'm not here to have a position. I just have lots of questions, and primarily around whether this is the right decision given where the community is at in the flux. Does anybody have any questions for me or clarifications about my questions?
Thank you, and I'll go to council. Just a quick comment. Some of those questions may be answered through the due process of the hearing. Otherwise, you can certainly reach out to Planning Officer Smith later on and have further conversation. So,
thank you so much.
Deputy Revol, I think, has a question for you, though.
Sure. If I recall, there was some drainage issues in the past that perhaps at the south end of your property that it was blocked when it came to this property. So I'm not sure if there's any drainage issues we need to be aware of. Is it working currently? The drainage from the south, we know the problem from the north.
Drainage from the south? I mean, I guess that's a question.
Is it continuing? Does it drain off the property?
It drains slowly. If you come to the community today, you can see, you know, I'm kind of the sandwich, and I'm the meat in the middle of the sandwich, sloughs on either side. You know, the current culverting, I think, has been an ongoing between my property that goes, what's the name of that access road? I can't remember the access road between me and the station property. There's a culvert under that property that I think long-term residents have questioned whether it's sufficient. So I would want to see a better, you know, understanding of where the drainage is and how, you know, whether or not these properties would be contributing to that. I think I heard something about one culvert, and or culvert, just culverting for the ditches. I think we need to kind of have a bigger plan for that before you know, approve this, to understand where the water drainage is currently.
Okay, thank you for that.
Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair of the concerned resident, I think it's the same line of questioning, but if I remember correctly, the intermittent creek is to the west of your house and largely drains. My question was going to be, does the drainage all flow into the 9.01 acres to the south of you, or does part of it drain into the property in question today?
I think both. If I understood the development officer's proposal, it looks like there's a picture coming through the subject matter parcel of drainage between lots 3 and 4, or no, 2. It'd be great if the picture was up. 2 and 3. There seems to be some existing drainage that goes through there, but it's not as obvious. And then there's the drainage channel that comes through my property through the there's a seasonal creek that flows out of an artisanal, some underground water tables that are immediately to the west of my property. So I think that the subject parcel has drainage through it. as well as coming out of it potentially. And that's, and from my perspective, as long as there's no more water coming off the subject properties, that would contribute to any kind of backup onto my property. Again, I'm not here to object. I want to, collaborate and support. But I think there's some significant planning issues that, just based on the land use, what the long-term plan is. Like, is this the right thing to be putting new residents on lots 3 and 4 if they're going to be, amidst a more of a commercialized activity?
Okay, thank you for that. Director Hemming.
To speak to that idea of a commercialized zone on the east side of Highway 2 near the overpass, there has been zero discussion through the planning department or through council with any change or plan to create commercial activities on that side of the overpass. I've heard the rumor in very, very other locations, and I think council's been very clear that we're locating employment or business type developments within the Highway 2A corridor. So I would not expect, or I don't anticipate, that there will be any intention to create a planning framework to support commercial activity or industrial activity or non-residential use on the east side of Highway 2 around that overpass. I would expect that continued country residential development to occur, and council's been very supportive of home-based business type commercial activity, and I would expect that to continue on. But to zone a parcel for a specific commercial use without the requirement of a residence and a resident business owner, I certainly have seen no discussion for that to occur.
You haven't seen discussion for that, but that doesn't mean that there might not be.
No, it would occur in my department for that discussion to happen. It would be directed by council. It would be undertaken through an analysis, and it has not been, and nor has there been indicated any desire to do so.
Well, just keeping in mind, sorry, I'm just going to respond to that. I mean, as a long-term resident, if the idea is that we will see commercial activity on the other side of the highway and then increased densification, if there is such a word, for residential ownership on the side where ostensibly the overpass will be. I mean, that I'm not sure in terms of use and enjoyment for existing landowners what that looks like. It's starting to feel quite uncomfortable for me. And so I would just, that's my concern. If that's the long-term plan, is that we kind of continue to subdivide the parcels that are there. And then for the long-term residents, like what does that look like for, in terms of their ability to use and enjoy their property in a manner that's consistent with their historic ability to do so?
Deputy Lowell.
Sure. I was just wondering if Planning Officer Smith might pull up her diagram that had her drainage courses on there. And then before our concerned resident is finished, I just wanted to see if there's any comments on that. And sometime in the discussion, I'd also like to see the proposed diagram of the overpass, if somebody has a copy of that. I think the read will come back to
Yeah,
you.
we'll come back to you.
Okay.
The diagram is here. On this property, we can, it's not shown, however, there is evidence that this drainage course continues along kind of this trajectory. I don't know exactly how far it kind of comes over or where it comes. There was evidence here. That's all I was able to tell during site inspection. On this side at this time, there is requirements for culverts on lot 4 on the far east side. So over here for the approach, and this proposed for lot 2 to have culverts to address drainage there. Additionally, as was advised for public works, lots 3 and 4 on the east side would require high water table testing for foundation design, septic disposal evaluation as conditions of subdivision, and then a lot grading and drainage plan at time of development for both of those lots.
Thanks, that was helpful.
Okay, Mrs. White, I don't see anything else for you, so thank you very much.
So much for the opportunity.
Next on my list, I have Bevan Hardy. Did you wish to speak?
Thank you all. Yeah, and I think I also do applaud this this notion of sort of getting the property cleaned up and the work that, you know, Tyler and his family have been doing. I think for me, if I had a single concern, it's around maybe impact to water. I mean, we've been on our property for 11 years. Our well was drilled, as far as I recall, I think in the mid 60s. It's been great. We've had no issues. I just don't know, as additional development happens, sort of what precautions or measures are taken to just mitigate or understand if there is or will be an expected impact to the water, to the aquifer and the water that we're all pulling off of. So I saw a mention of some water testing for high water table. So I don't know if that encompasses it. Again, this is kind of a new process for me. And I'm not saying I'm objecting to anything per se, but just had some curiosity around that. Like, what's the general rule for when new subdivisions are being approved? And if you're adding at least 2 new properties or homes, like what's the impact on how much water, I guess, utilization is expected?
Okay, and that may be answered a little bit later. Otherwise, again, feel free to reach out to Planning Officer Smith for those details later. And you may hear talk about it later today as well.
Okay.
So, any questions for Mr. Hardy? I don't see any, so thank you very much for coming.
Okay.
At this point, we'll go to closing comments. So back to you, Mr. Jokey, for any closing comments that you have at this time. And maybe you wanted to answer some of the questions that have been posed.
Yeah, I can answer quite a few of those. So regarding, sorry, I forget. Candace White's concern about her drainage. So her property is draining right into the Alberta Transportation 9 acres on the far east end. And so we've been scouting and investigating the property. I have the lease on that property as well. Yeah. And so we're gonna run some cows on there for fun. And so yeah, that drainage goes right through that into a giant pond on that end. So when they finally get around to building a overpass, that's going to be a major issue to address at that time. Our water table is super high everywhere around there. So as far as your concerns about water and such, my current well for my house is like 60 feet. And I think our water, we're hitting water at 10 feet. So that whole area is just fairly waterlogged in general. There's no issue with water anywhere there for anything. As far as Mitch's concerns about septic and such, I just had Dan from DNS over to do septic design for the whole place. And it's also, yep, very wet. So we're going to be looking at designing mound systems and such like that. So that's the issues there. You know, currently they're 70-year-old farmer built wells and septic there. It's pretty impressive actually. And so I'm working towards cleaning all that stuff up and rebuilding it. And as far as groundwater intrusion and creating issues from other neighbors, I don't think there's any issues. I think we're way too far away to have an issue for my property to have an issue with anybody else's property. That's about it. I think I can answer for that.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go back to council and administration for any questions you have. Seeing none, I'll go back to Planning Officer Smith. Any closing comments that you have for us?
Thank you. I have no further comments.
And back to council administration one last time for any questions you have. Deputy Revol.
Sure, I did ask about seeing a diagram, so as long as I bring that into the hearing, we can bring it up after. Is that okay? Diagram of the overpass? Want to see the proximity to the area. I know we had several versions of it. I'm trying to remember how much was coming up to the north, but I think it was typically the area where the Champion Park is, that's affected, and it's not, but I can't remember if there was a lane coming this way or not.
I'm not sure, engineering technologist, are you able to bring up a map of that?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. I'm sorry, I don't have a map on hand, but if you'd like to see one, I can have one prepared when council deliberates on this. I can definitely track that down.
Sure, as long as I bring it up, it's okay, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else. So at this point in time, I will close the public hearing. Thank you all for coming and attending today. You can remain in the gallery if you wish to watch council's deliberation and decision. Not likely to happen until after lunch sometime. You can also watch it online. The YouTube link can be found on the county's website. Either way, anyone who is registered for today will be notified of council's decision once minutes are ratified, likely next week. Thank you all for coming. Have a good day. Are we good to proceed? We're going to stay in the same meeting? Okay. Let's go back to our 10 o'clock hearing. Brady Coates, Northwest 32, page 58 of our agenda. I believe this is in Division 3. Councillor Kendall, did you want to start us off?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Reeve, Mr. Chair. The presentation was very comprehensive, very impressive, the work the resident put into this. We had a very similar application for 3 subdivisions, just I believe 2 to 3 weeks ago, about a mile east of here. So very similar situation. Again, surrounded by large tracts of agricultural land, and I know a lot of people would be very happy to have a buffer of 44 acres. I realize that it's maybe not ag viable totally, but that doesn't just automatically deem it developable. And that's the problem with the foothills, is you got these steep slopes, which this parcel is very steep. I drove by there the other day and just had a look. I didn't walk on it, but and the map shows that. It's very steep. Again, I just feel like it's limiting both parties to not very much that you can do with horse shelters or garden sheds or anything like that. It's just prohibited. It's just nature. That's just what it is. The proposed building envelope is under 2 acres and could be much less when the riparian study is applied to that. The riparian matrix is not an exact study due to shifting banks. I realize what the other resident said, that he's seen no evidence of, that, but that doesn't preclude the fact that the banks can be destroyed and this building envelope would be greatly impacted. Again, always in my mind is the liability and buyouts that are foisted upon the governing bodies when such flooding does occur. The resident attempted to do a dig 8 feet down. I mean, high water tables. I just witnessed one in the hamlet of Millerville where when the people moved in there, water table was fine. Then things happen and then you're relegated to just pumping out continually. The riparian matrix is an ecological protection mechanism for these fragile and often ephemeral waterways. And that is always a concern, is that, you know, we have to protect these natural buffers that riparian areas create. They are like a sponge to protect the environment. The beavers may want to move back in here and back up the creek that way as well. I would also caution against the proximity of the houses. Well, although there is trees in between, we know that people don't always view rural existence the same way. And when you have that proximity, you can have it's just not that rural anymore. Let's see. And this is, my points are backed up by the residential sections of the MDP 3789. The cumulative effects would not be favorable. Close proximity to rural neighbors. The environmental section 3, 4, and 11 of the environmental conservation and open space of the MDP 2010. The riparian matrix is not a one size fits all, and just because it may qualify for that, or the building envelope looks fine, does not preclude that there could be problems later on. Just always aware of creating problems for people down the road when they can't foresee what they're getting into with property. I appreciate all the work that the applicant did to the house and to his presentation. Yeah, restoring old houses is not fun, but the Meota gas having to come underneath Plumbers Road, I would also say is maybe an expensive endeavor. Let me see. Pothole Creek bisects this whole 40 acres almost in half, so it is in effect almost entirely an environmental reserve, no matter which way you look at it. The steep slopes, I would love to know, I think they look like they're more than 20. This is very, very steep. The lack of the flood overlay map is too bad, because it would be interesting to see that. But as Mr. McKay indicated, it was 60 feet wide. I thought he said 60. Anyways, yeah, just the proximity to the riparian, and I appreciate the dilemma that these new owners find themselves in, but I cannot speak in favor of this application.
Anybody else? Deputy Revol?
Thank you. I just wanted to share an observation as I poured over everything in relation to this, and knowing the area fairly well and having also experience with riparian area. As I noted in our staff report, that a majority of all the decisions for the fragmentation in the area were early years, so 1990s, 1980s, and then the rest of them were first parcels out. So that's what you see in what has been identified in our staff report. So I just wanted to share that, and then just understanding the drainage was important to me, and it sounds like the drainage certainly is coming off of the Plumbers Road, and a number of different issues related to that. I think the resident and the neighbor did indicate the slumped area wasn't in that area, but there has been road issues in the area. So not to suggest that it is there now, but it is a potential. There's just a lot happening with the coming off of a slope in all the area that's coming towards that area of the road, and then this further heading towards the creek. Just the natural lay of the land there does have a lot of a water potential for water, hydrological movement of water. So just observations at this point to add to the discussion.
Councillor Helger?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I actually like this application. I think this was well thought out, well designed, and as the applicant has said, that it basically precludes any more development on the area because of the environmental ERE along the whole property line. This is almost the headwaters of Pothole Creek. If you follow Pothole Creek all the way, it comes out just on the east side of the Millerville racetrack dumps into 3 Point Creek. So this creek goes through 1,000 properties between the headwaters and where it ends up. So, you know, to speak to this property specifically and speak to the flooding and potential flooding and whatnot, I think we're signaling out a just one piece of property out of 1,000. I'm familiar with this land quite a bit. I do a lot of work across the road, and farther to the east, for the rancher who owns those properties, 2 ranchers that own both those properties. I just think this is a nice young couple that are trying to make a go of it, and we live in the beautiful piece of the world, but we just don't seem to want anybody to live there with us. So this is a pretty minor, what I would consider almost a first parcel out. So I know understandably in the rules that the south parcel would be technically the first parcel out, but very little development in the area. The Northwest speaks to having minimal to moderate, and I think this fits within that category. I would not support a refusal. Thank you.
Anybody else? Councillor McHugh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through the chair of the development officer, just can I confirm that on page 61 of our staff report, the diagram with all the red on it, the red is areas of more than 15% slope?
Through the Reef to Councils. So essentially, yes, that's how that plan has been presented to me in that slope stability analysis report, as anything above 15%.
Is everything delineated in red?
That's right.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, are we ready for a motion? I don't see anybody else on the screen. Councillor Kendall?
I would give you the motion to refuse this application.
Okay, we have that motion for refusal from Councillor Kendall. I don't see anybody else. I will call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. Okay, it is 12, so I'd look for a motion to break for lunch. Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Sure. In terms of I forgot to mention this. I don't know if council is amenable, but we refer to policy 3.7. There was a note in the refusal paragraph that it would include the agricultural section as mentioned, but also policy 3 of the residential section was listed. But it did not include the statement about cumulative effects, which we could add because that is in policy 3. So would that be possible to add the cumulative effects? Okay, thank you. And as long as council is amenable, it just would further explain there was the slopes are in that policy as well as the cumulative effects. They're both in there, and it might be appropriate to mention that in the refusal comment.
Okay, I'm just going to go to the mover of the motion. Are you amenable to that?
Yes, those corrections have to be made. Thank you.
And as long as nobody else is objecting to that, I think we can proceed with it. Okay, so motion to break for lunch from Councillor Estes. All in favor? Motion carries. Welcome back. At this time, I'll open the public hearing for Smith. That is item C3 on our agenda. Southeast quarter of section 12, township 21, west of the second range, west of the 5th meridian, DC 35 to agricultural, page 89 of our council agenda. Manager Barrett, would you please introduce council and administration this afternoon?
Certainly. Good afternoon. In council this afternoon, we have Councillor R.D. McHugh, Councillor Benita Estes, CAO Ryan Payne, Reeve Rob Seward, Deputy Reeve Suzanne Ohl, Director of Planning Heather Hemingway, Councillor Ellen Elger, Councillor John Callister, and Councillor Laura Kendall. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll lay out the procedure for our public hearing this afternoon. We will start with a presentation from our planning officer. Today, that is Planning Officer Salmon. Following his presentation, we will go to the applicant for any presentation or comments that he has. I see he's joining us online this afternoon. Following that, we will go to any members of the public that wish to provide comment. Everybody will be given an opportunity to speak once if they so choose. And following that, we will go to closing comments, first to the applicant and then back to Planning Officer Salmon for closing comments. At each step along the way, council and administration will be given an opportunity to ask questions for clarification. With that, Planning Officer Salmon, please proceed with your presentation this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Good afternoon, Mr. Reeve and Council. The application before you today is a proposed redesignation from Direct Control District 35 to Agricultural District. The landowners are Devon, Orville, and Whitney Smith, and Devon Smith is acting as the agent. The subject parcel is located in Council Division 5. It's on 2322 Drive West. It's approximately 300 meters west of 96th Street West, and it's about 8.5 kilometers northeast of the town of Diamond Valley. We'll start with the history of the parcel. On May 16th, 2018, Council gave third reading to Bylaw 29, 2017 to authorize the redesignation of the subject parcel from Agricultural District to Direct Control District 35. And this was to allow for the annual Harvest Moon event. And at the time, Council made it clear that this would be just one event per year. Following that, on April 28th, 2022, Council approved Development Permit 21D296 for events temporary on the subject parcel to allow for up to 2 events per month for a period of 12 months. The proposal for this afternoon's hearing is to redesignate the subject parcel back from Direct Control 35 to Agricultural. The subject parcel is currently accessed from 2322 Drive West on the east side of the parcel. On screen is an image of that existing approach. The existing development on the property includes 2 dwellings. The second dwelling is permitted under Development Permit 98D001, so that was issued in 1998. There's also a detached garage. There are 8 agricultural buildings in the southwest corner of the property, as well as a CCAN that's next to the building that was previously used as an event center. This is an image of the dwelling and detached garage. This is an image of the second dwelling. And this is some of the agricultural buildings, along with this one. And this is the structure and CCAN that used to be used as the event center. For agency referral, the application was circulated to Foothills County Public Works, Alberta Transportation, ATCO Gas, Fortis, and TELUS, and none of them have concerns. The application was circulated in the Okotoks Western Wheel on May 20th and May 27th, And notice was also sent out to area landowners within a half-mile of the subject property. That was mailed out on May 13th. No letters have been received. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, Mr. Reeve and Council.
Thank you for that. Any questions from council or administration? I don't see any. So at this time, we will go to the applicant, Mr. Devon Smith. I think you are online, so you could unmute yourself and proceed with any comments or presentation that you would have for council.
Yes, sounds good. Thank you. Is my audio coming through?
Yeah, we can hear you good. Thanks.
Perfect. Yeah, my name's Devin. Thanks for the moment to speak. I think a fairly simple application. We have kind of had some heart-to-hearts and sort of feel like the pursuit of an event business or things around event hosting is no longer something we see in our future and in our something that we desire to pursue any further. And therefore, I think the agricultural zoning is a lot more in line with kind of our future hopes for the property, and wanted to take the steps to rezone it because Direct Control 35 no longer seems applicable. But there's no pretty not much else to add other than that. A home-based business permit would be something we would look to achieve, which is part of the agricultural zoning, which again we feel like is more in line with the future use of the property.
Okay, thank you for that. I'll go to council administration. Any questions you have for Mr. Smith at this time? I don't see any, so we will go to members of the public then. I have a bit of a list here. So first on my list, Gary Puckert, did you wish to speak to the application today? If you just come up to the microphone right here, would be perfect.
Okay, is it ready?
Oh, it's already turned on.
It's ready. Okay, good. I'm sorry, I am not prepared to speak, but I'll try and do it anyway. We live about 170 meters from the event center facility, and our concern all along has been the possibility of noise coming from that. The facility, as I understand it, was built illegally without a permit quite a few years ago. It was operated illegally without a business license for a while, and has since changed hands. I don't know if the Smiths were aware of the whole history of the situation when they picked up the property, but in any case, our concerns are still there, that they may have some plans for something that will be not just noisy, but also dusty, because we've got lots of traffic coming in on a dusty road. We're very concerned about the possibility of fire damage because we are up the slope from their facility. Anybody that throws a cigarette out and it's a windy day, the fire is going to come straight up there. We're concerned about the amount of traffic that may come in. We've had a movie set up there that brought in a couple hundred cars. We're at a dead end and nobody knows about our location, but you start getting lots of people in there and the potential for crime goes way up. So we have a lot of concerns about this. When I was last here, I noted that my back porch was 170 meters from the facility, and that was about the same as the distance across the parking lot. At that time, I think it was the place has gone out of business, but you can guess at what 170 meters is like. I doubt any of you would want something making noise and activity that far from your back door. So I guess I'm glad that they've dropped the idea for an event center there, but I think we would still be concerned about what their plans are to be when it goes back to agriculture. And so those would be my questions.
Okay, thank you for that. Next on my list, Stephen and Elise Allen, did you wish to speak?
I'll be very brief. I'm the closest neighbor to the property. All the traffic goes by my house. for them to convert to agricultural and stop the events is a win-win-win as far as I'm concerned. I think that's great. My only concern is for the future. Right now, they're running a couple very successful businesses in Okotoks and Cochrane, and they're using the barn or the old event center as the bakery to supply all those two businesses. It's my understanding that if they do become an agricultural district, they now are become a home business level 2, which limits up to only 3 non-residential employees to be working there. Right now, I mean, even this morning, a new refrigerator or a new stove was brought in. Last week, a new refrigerator brought in. We don't know the extent of how much this business is going to grow and how do we control the number of cars, the number of visits, and what this expands to. If we had a little more information on what their plans were, I think we'd all be happy about that. Other than that, fine.
Okay, I think we have a question for you. Before you go, Councillor Elgin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair, Dr. Allen. So just recently, what's been going on there in your world as far as like they've kind of stopped the event center. I know they've had some family things going on and whatnot.
Overall, it's been fine. We've had no complaints. There's been no major events in the last months. Everything's been fine. The only thing that started out as I say, the bakery has replaced the event center.
Yeah.
And, suddenly 1 or 2 cars come in the morning. Now it's 4 or 5 cars in the morning. With their expansion to Cochrane, is it going to be 10 or 12 cars twice a day? I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm glad their business is doing very well. I'm happy for them, but
Yeah.
really, do you put the bakery that supply 2 commercial businesses in a residential or farming area? I don't know.
Yeah,
It's not
I understand your concerns, just, and just making you aware that we're just dealing with land use now. We can't forecast into the future what their plans are. And I assume Mr. Smith will tell us a little something when he responds to our questions here. But at this point, we're just dealing with land use. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I did have Elise Allen on there as well. Did you wish to speak? No. Okay. Okay. Next, I have Linda Heathwaite. You're good. Okay. Is there anybody else in the gallery that wishes to speak to the application today? I don't see anybody. So at this time, we will go back to the applicant, Mr. Devin Smith, for closing comments at this time.
I don't think I have much else to say in closing comments. I obviously can appreciate the concerns of the neighbors, and we hope to and plan to be responsible stewards and to figure out things that can kind of support us and our interests and our livelihood, but also bring mutual enjoyment and peace out there. So I think this seems to be the best path forward in our opinion to do that. So hoping for the support.
Okay, thank you for that. Council Administration, any questions you have for the applicant at this time? Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you. You heard it mentioned from the participants today, as well as you did mention when you spoke earlier, that you would look towards an application. Was that all going to fit within home-based business level or threshold type of activity? Is that how you plan to pursue the future activities?
Yes, that is correct. Home-based business type 2 would be our plan for the bakery business. And we understand and are aware of the limitations and around growth and traffic and visitors and deliveries and all that associated, and we feel like we have a plan in place that would achieve that.
Excellent. Thank you. I just want to hear it from you. Much appreciated.
Okay, that's all I have. So I'll go back to Planning Officer Salmon. Any closing comments that you have?
I have nothing further. Thank you.
And back to Council Administration. One last time, any questions you may have? Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair, and just a question possibly to the planning department. If this reverts back to agriculture, do the bylaws then get revoked for the event center and the development permit? Thank you.
Sorry, was there an Go ahead, Director Hemingway.
Yeah, so the bylaw is being amended today. That's what we're doing. So the bylaw that created the land use district or allowed this parcel to be zoned as the direct control is being amended. So it's not being revoked, it's being amended to go back to agricultural district. I don't know if there is a current development permit on this parcel at all. So there's nothing that needs to be revoked from a development permit perspective. It's expired. Yeah, it's not an active development permit.
Okay, I don't see anybody else. So at this point in time, I will close the public hearing. Anybody's welcome to remain in the gallery and watch council's deliberations and decision. You can also watch the decision or watch the deliberations on YouTube. The link can be found on the county's website. Alternatively, a decision will be sent, not alternatively, but additionally, the decision will be sent to everyone who is registered once the minutes are ratified from today's meeting, likely next week. Thank you all for coming and hope you have a good rest of your day. We need to switch meetings. Okay, take a quick pause. Welcome back. While it's fresh in our minds, let's go to C3 Smith, Southeast 12, 21 2 west of 5, DC 35 to Ag. This is in Council Division 5. Councillor Aldridge, did you wish to start us off?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 2092 of our agenda is the option for first reading and approval, and I will give you the motion for that approval. It's nice to see this go from DC 35, as you've seen from the neighboring residents, and you've heard over the years through me that this being an event center has been quite a consternation in the neighborhood, and it's nice to see that this is, again, the development permit's expired and we're not proceeding with that type of center. So where they're going in the future, I cannot talk about. They did speak to having a type 2 business in there, and as was spoken to by Dr. Allen, that they are using the commercial kitchen in there for a bakery for their businesses. So we'll wait and see where that comes forward with the development permit, probably to Mr. Salmon. So in the meantime, as I said before, we're only dealing with land use, so I will give you the motion for option 1 first reading. Thank you.
Okay, so we have that motion for first reading of the redesignation. Anybody else? All in favor? That motion carries. Okay, let's go back to our 11 a.m. hearing, C2, Joki, Northeast 2, 2129, West of 4, page 77 of our council agenda. I believe this is in Council Division 7. Councillor McHugh, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a complicated little chunk of the world. The drainage in this area is challenging. I do concur with the concerned resident that if this proceeds, there would have to be contributions to the upgrades of the MRO in that area. Cutting down the big poplars for the existing, this is an old farm site. It was 21. When you take out the road widenings, it became less than 21. It's I'll call it a infamous property. It's been there for a number of years, lots of history to it. Don't know how else to describe it. The one intermittent creek that is kind of described by the development officer definitely is there. That's where the second approach would be. And just with all of the history in the area further to the north with water problems, I find this to be an extremely challenging little bit of an area. The high water table testing does give me some resolve. How to improve this area so that we don't have 4 approaches coming off of here, I wish I had a solution for, but I don't. And so it's kind of what I'm thinking off the bat. I understand that this individual is working towards getting this non-compliant property closer to compliant, and hopefully we can find some solution that gets it closer to compliance. That's what I have at this moment. Thanks.
Deputy Reeve.
Thank you for those comments. Just wondering if we could still see that map if that has been unearthed by our talent from the Public Works Department of the overpass.
Engineering technologist.
Oh, look at that. That it just appeared. How wonderful. Okay.
I believe you can hear me loud and clear as well.
Yeah, we can somewhat. Yeah. If you can speak a little louder, that'd be good.
Sure thing. So this is the preliminary drawing, which was prepared in 2023. It's my understanding that an updated set is being prepared. Not sure exactly where they're at on that, but this is what we have currently. There is a more detailed drawing that I can also share, but this one depicts it best with some colors.
Thank you for that.
It's interesting that it has the parcel that we're looking at today, and it has water on it. Is that correct? Hang on, have I got the right one here? No, it is right. Yeah. Yeah. So, but it has water identified on it, so interesting. But it does have the drainage course, I think, similar to what the staff report had shared. So that is, it's just missing the one that's on the right-hand side, which was also identified. And then the transportation parcel that was alluded to, as well as the place where the traffic circle is. Okay, that helps. Thank you for showing that. And
Director.
I have more after if you wanted to add.
Okay, no, go ahead.
Sure. I guess from looking at first of all, taking in all the information, looking at what's here, but also what has been shared during the hearing, and then looking through the history. And first of all, appreciation to the applicant for the cleanup. That's quite a mission, and it looks like they're doing a great job, and hopefully will continue. From what I'm looking at though, is I'm feeling more towards a two parcel situation in total rather than four, just to get started here. It seems like there's a natural division. It seems like land versus buildings. That might be a way to start this. And that's just my initial thought, is more towards a two parcel solution rather than four at this time. Look forward to other comments.
Director Hemingway.
I was under the impression that there was a different plan, but very similar for the overpass. And I think what I see is certainly 330th being rebuilt with the construction of the overpass, and a desire for minimizing the amount of direct access points onto 330. And of course, the surface water and the groundwater are issues through here. The construction of the overpass may alleviate some of those concerns somewhat, as they tend to construct ponds in those. You know, they tend to be able to capture water and pool water outside the roadways. But I would be, my only sort of caution to council is that we would likely be looking at rebuilding 330th and portions of 1048 Drive with the construction of the overpass, but we'd want to limit the amount of direct access points onto it.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking at page 86, where it's got the property line between lot 1 and 2, separating those two residences, the dwellings that are supposed to stay. I mean, they're in the same yard. They're in the same yard, and drawing a line down the middle doesn't make them not in the same yard. I think that kind of agree with Councillor Ohl or Deputy Reeve Ohl that perhaps the blank lots should be maybe dealt with, and then maybe leaves lots 1 and 2 as one lot. I don't know that drawing a property line in between that yard, those two dwellings in that one yard is a attractive proposition.
Technologist Antle, I'm just looking at this drawing on our screen. So on the property, right at the very far southwest corner, there's a small pond there. And around that pond is a square line in yellow. What is that square? What is that line, that yellow, that cuts off a portion of this property on the southwest corner?
Thank you for that, Mr. Reeve. That's an existing gas line there.
Ah, okay.
That's what you're talking about right here. You're talking about this here, right here.
Yeah, right around that water.
We've got a blue spot on it again.
Okay, anybody else wishing to speak? Or a motion? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate the comments from the Development Authority. I do find it very challenging that on 330th we would have potentially 3 more approaches coming onto it. So I was mulling around in my head, how do you bring it in from the north? This is such a challenging piece of property. There are no easy solutions with it. But so I just wanted to throw that in there, that with 330th potentially being rebuilt, and just put an exclamation point on the point that we need to be limiting the number of approaches on 330th. Thanks.
Deputy Reeve Ohl.
I will test this motion that first reading be given for the creation of one new additional country residential lot from the existing, you get the numbers right here, existing 18.37, so for a total of 2 lots altogether, one new, one balance. And that they would both be considered sub-district A, just in recognition of the complexity of them and to further encourage the already excellent cleanup that is occurring. And in looking at the long list of conditions, I might need some assistance as to what may remain or not remain based on the division occurring between what is considered. So there would be one lot which would contain the buildings and then one balanced lot that would contain the open land. So that would be 1 and 2 would be together and then 3 and 4 would be together. So then when we look at the conditions, I'm just wondering to make sure what the correct would be applicable, such as revised site plan would be included. Development permits as regards to perhaps this might be something that might be revised by the development authority that we could review. Essentially, the development permits that would be required in order to achieve setbacks and oversized, non-conforming, removal of mobile home, removal of certain buildings. And the ones that would stay, of course, water. So essentially they are staying, it would look like it's just a configuration would be for 2 in total. So may I have your commentary on that from a technical side of things?
I can certainly attempt. I think one thing with this is the 3 dwelling units that are currently on that property. Part of this application was to separate some of those to be able to consider allowing one of those or 2 of those to remain. If it is one property, one of the being the mobile will need to be removed. So I would suggest that that condition stay.
Mm-hmm.
And then I believe that it would be up to discretion of council of which buildings to remain, as the applicant has laid out which ones he would prefer to remain. I guess it depends on what size that property would be and how we would deal with that at development.
Could one be considered a secondary dwelling, subordinate sized one?
I think they would be very close in size. I don't know the exact habitable area of those 2 dwellings, as one is a primary dwelling and one has approval for a temporary dwelling at this time, which was intended to be removed from the property based on compassionate reasons. And therefore, I think we could look at what is currently existing, but I cannot confirm at this time what if both of those, if one would be subordinate.
Would it be better to postpone to sort this out? Or could we just do a first reading that says the total of 2 lots and then give us a report back on the suggested conditions? Would that be acceptable?
I will look to Heather maybe for some guidance
Director
on that
Hemingway?
one as well.
Maybe like some direction from council on what size these lots are. Are you thinking that we're cutting this in half, basically?
And meet setbacks?
Sorry, I need to have, that helps us sort of move forward on a condition. So if you're looking at cutting these in half, cutting this parcel in half. In somewhat like generally in half. So we'd be looking at a 8-acre parcel with all the structures on it. And Brett, you could tell us how many square feet of accessory buildings would be allowed on a 8-acre parcel.
So I would suggest that the line would be to achieve setbacks for the existing buildings.
Most definitely.
And
Yeah,
then
unless they're being removed.
there was a number of proposed things included in the conditions, which was the removal of the temporary structure, but the 2 dwellings that are on site, perhaps one of them might be of a size that could be considered the secondary suite, which is a secondary dwelling detached in this case. If that could be accommodated, that would take care of the dwellings. But then there was a number of proposed buildings which were going to have to be incorporated in even smaller parcels. So it might be able to be more fitting in a larger parcel, at least for the start of this. And perhaps there's others that might want to comment on this. So I certainly will have made this motion for first reading for two lots, but perhaps other input would be helpful.
Okay, so I have quite a board here. So we have the motion for first reading with additional condition of a redraw, which would see it in 2 lots rather than 4. And some tweaking of further conditions, but we'll perhaps come back to that, give it some thought and come back. So let's go to Councillor Alger at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can support that motion. I'm with Councillor Callister that drawing a line between the yard is a kind of a forced thing. And I appreciate the fact that he's trying to separate the 2 houses, but I think if this was me, to do the 1 lot, I would proceed with lot 4. And that allows the balance to be big enough that can be brought back at another time. Perhaps after the yard is finished being cleaned up, perhaps after the overpass is built and we know where everything's going to lie. I expect the 9 acres to the east there will have that little bit of a ring road on it, and then that'll be the end of that land. It'll be under Alberta transportation, and I don't see anything future going on with that property. So if we split it in half and make this like an 8 acre and make the yard a 9 acre or something like that, then they're both under 10 acres and then there would be no future developments kind of thing. So my suggestion would be to proceed with lot 4, which would support the motion for one lot. Thank you.
Okay, so that would be 4.5 acres, lot 4 as it's laid out. Okay. Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The other thing I noticed when we brought up the overpass drawing, the offset roundabout at the northeast corner of that overpass encroaches quite a lot into lot 3 and 4. Would be required to purchase that land from the owner to complete this overpass as drawn, as far as I can tell. Is that correct?
Engineering technologist, can we get that picture back up again?
Sure thing, Mr. Reeve, just a moment. So,
So that's lot 3 and 4 there on 330th, is it not?
No. The line between Avenue E and the other E is the line.
if I may, that is the lot to the east of the subject property.
Okay. Thank you for that.
I'm looking at it right here. And there's both of these lots are owned by Tyler Jokey.
East one is the lease. It's owned by Alberta Transportation.
Oh, I see. So I see. Okay, so it's not part of this. So lot 4 cuts off right here. I got you. All right, thank you.
Okay, coming back to you, Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Can we actually put an approach that close to a traffic circle? If we did lot 4?
Concern for me.
Go ahead, Director Hemming.
So just creating that lot 4 does create an approach, a required approach. And, I would anticipate it'll be fine, but it really depends on the speed limit, on what the speed limit is on that road, and the traffic. I don't think it'll be a problem. I would much like to see a public internal, like a subdivision road, internal subdivision road that comes in from 1048 Drive along the north boundary, provides access to all new lots, both north and south of this parcel, as opposed to on 330th Drive. Now, that's forward thinking, not helping the applicant very much at this point in time, but if we're cutting off a piece of it now, you start to lose the financial pro forma benefit of constructing internal subdivision roads. If you're only accessing 1 or 2 lots, you can't do it. It makes no sense to do it. Now, I also appreciate the expense associated with cleaning up a property like this, and I think council wants to support that activity. So if you were, I would suggest cutting it in half, because at least you can move the approach for the eastern lot as far west as possible. And I would say both lots still have the potential for subdivision because this is part of a nominal 20, even though they will be under 10 acres in size. And we have that information in the staff report. It's not going to be lost. But ideally, the property would be cleaned up and we would see an internal subdivision road along the north boundary. The surface drainage is always going to be a problem in there. Maybe an internal subdivision road might help some of that with some grading, but to split off one parcel on the east boundary is going to put an approach right where I would suggest is probably not where you want to put it.
Okay. So how do you suggest?
Yeah, go ahead, Deputy Vole.
So how do you suggest we deal with the conditions that are going to have to now be attributed to 2 parcels instead of 4? Would that be something that we could just for sure give our first reading, but then ask for you to come back with the suggestions for us to review those conditions?
We can certainly provide that to you for your consideration. We would like some direction from council. I think the applicant had indicated a desire to maintain a hipped roof barn, and I'm not sure which barn is the hipped roof barn. Is that the one at the very north boundary?
Thank you. Within the proposed lot 1, the far north barn is proposed to remain. And then on the proposed lot 2, which was the larger barn on the northeast corner. Those are the 2 main ones that I believe the landowner hopes to maintain. There is additional 2 along that east boundary, proposed east boundary that they would like to remain as well. And then direction was asked of council regarding the other remaining buildings outlined in yellow. So
I think it'd be worthwhile looking at the size of the parcel with the residents on it and what the accessory building numbers and square footage would be permitted under our land use bylaw and how close we can get. Giving him some grace, I'm sure, but to see if we can get close with some decisions. I would suggest that we would consider any remaining structures on the property as non-conforming so that they wouldn't be there forever. But I mean, I would suggest an investigation on that subsequent to first reading with staff to come back with a set of conditions and an illustration of what structures could be removed or would be suggested to be removed to come close to the maximum square footage permitted under the land use district of that size.
All right, what she said.
Or is that completely not even feasible?
So I'm just going to come back to Deputy Vole. So the motion would be first reading, additional condition with regarding a redraw where lot 1 and 2 are combined, lot 3 and 4 are combined, and additional condition that administration will put together what the building as was just stated by Director Hemingway.
Yes.
It's recorded.
Okay. So that is your motion, Deputy Reeve Ole?
Yes, we need to figure out the amount of buildings and where the property boundary would be, which would be close to the middle, but it could be a little to the east in order to achieve setbacks, and then have 2 functioning with an approach that's not too close to the traffic circle and future traffic circle design.
Okay. With that, Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully we can encompass the existing approach that is there. But basically the property exists as non-conforming. Through the chair, that if we leave these 2 buildings, primary residences, is there a size requirement, or can we have the one exist as a non-conforming secondary detached? Because I believe it's oversized. Which is why we're trying to split lot 1 and 2.
We don't know what size they are. We'd have to do a little investigation and come back to you on that. Potentially.
Maybe we can.
we'll do that in that report when we come back to you with respect to suggested conditions, and we'll have a conversation with the applicant as well about what buildings can you reasonably, how close can we get? And can, if, what sizes are the houses? He may decide that this doesn't work for him at all anyway, and might be a moot point, so.
Okay, so we have that motion for first reading with those additional conditions. I don't see anybody else. All in favor? That motion carries. Look forward to that coming back. Okay, let's go to our B items, miscellaneous municipal. I do believe Director Kruger is online. Let's go to B4, Alderside Pump Station and Pipeline Phase 1 Award Engineering Consulting Services, page 35 of our agenda. Director Kruger, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Purpose of this report is to seek council approval to proceed with Phase 1 of the Alderside Pump Station and Pipeline Upgrades Project, which is intended to improve water servicing capacity and fire protection levels within the Highway 2A corridor. This phase of the project focuses on detailed design planning only, and these upgrades are required to support the existing and future industrial and commercial development in the area and to achieve the county's targeted fire flow requirements. Just as a background for council, so currently we're sitting around 70 liters per second for fire flow, and we're targeting 200 to 250, hopefully closer to 250 liters per second. Achieving this level of service will require both upgrades to the pump station and enhancements to the surrounding water distribution network. RFP was circulated on March 18th. On April 14th, 2 proposals were received, one from ISL and one from MPE. Initial proposal fees were ISL at $555,000 and MPE at $654,000. After evaluation, ISL presented the lowest overall estimated project cost based on equivalent comparison and therefore provided the most advantageous pricing proposal. Administration request of council that we move forward with ISL for the Alderside Phase 1 upgrade. I'm available for any questions.
Okay, we'll go to Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Mr. Kruger, was ISL kind of on the initial building of the water treatment plant? Who did the engineering on that?
So
I don't know if it makes a difference or not. But.
So I believe well, right now it's Associated Engineering. That's part of the Alderside water treatment plant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Okay, so the recommendation is to award the work to ISL $555,100. And you would like to give us that? Councillor Alger gives us that motion?
Yes, sir.
I don't see anybody else. All in favor? And that motion carries. Let's go to B5. Domagalski, request for a floating dock, page 37 of our agenda. Back to you, Director Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The request of this report comes from the residents wishing to install a floating dock on the Fish Creek Water Reservoir located within their property. This is just south of the West Foothills Water Treatment Plant. I believe I included a little bit of a map there for council on the first page of the report. The residents have submitted the request to construct a small floating dock on the county-owned reservoir that is fully surrounded by their privately owned lands. The reservoir functions as the raw water source and supplies the Fish Creek Reservoir, fill station, and potable water to nearby users, including the applicant's residents. I also want to make council aware of a previous letter that was dated June 18th, 2021, which established permitted recreational uses on the reservoir lands and emphasizes that activities not specifically listed on that letter is not allowed. Dock installation was not on the list of permitted activities, and administration has historically interpreted this as not allowing docks. The applicant is proposing a floating dock only, no permanent structures or pilings, no shoreline or lake bed disturbance. It will be for personal, non-commercial use. Of course, there'll be no motorized watercraft or fueling activities, and use of environmentally appropriate materials only. The dock is proposed location is approximately 200 meters from the pump intake. Primary concerns from administration is just the risk of contamination and precedent for additional requests. The resident does note that they would like, as council might see on some of the proposed motions, we have included that the dock is removed when not in use if council chooses to approve this. The resident wishes to have the dock permanent, kind of like you would see on lakeside communities, or have the dock permanently installed. They would like, their argument as well is that them having the dock there and enjoying the water is extra eyes. So if they notice anything wrong in the area, they can notify us, as well as they will attempt to put the dock in a place where it's as least visible to the public as possible. I've attached the letter from the resident, which also includes a map and also a few options for council to consider for either approval or denial. Thank you.
Deputy Revolt.
Thank you. As I'm sure you've distilled, this is in Division 4 on the facility that's owned by the county, but has a private property ownership around the entire water feature. So the owner that has made this request has the continuous property around this storage facility. So just to be clear that there's a couple points that came out, and I had the chance to speak with a resident as well, that due to this being private property and that it completely surrounds the lake, that it will not be confusing, in their opinion, to the general public, because this is going to be, there's no public access, but rather there's a house there now, and this would logically be attributed to that. So again, determined by permission of council. The other question I asked was whether there was a benefit to the county, and it was already stated by our Director of Public Works, and that was to provide the opportunity to also watch out for the water quality or conditions, but also to allow the county, should they wish to do sampling or any other activity from the dock, they would be welcome to do that. They also stated they have a vested interest in that this is their own drinking water, as well as they do have piped water to their home from this particular same facility. So they do have a vested interest to follow through with what they promised, which was to have no impact on the water quality. They also identified the size may be approximately 16 feet by 16 feet or 20 feet by 20 feet. They have not provided detail at this point, but suggested it may be in that range. My understanding as well from the proposed method of this dock taking place is that there would be no damage to the clay base, which is what contains and helps to provide the function of the reservoir so the water doesn't leak out. So there'd be no perforation of that. They also stated they would, according to whatever Public Works would request, that they would provide whatever materials that would be acceptable to the county, and would remove if the county asked, but would prefer, as was stated by the director, to have it in there year round. They also mentioned that they were coming to seek permission, not forgiveness, and that they want to be there for a long time and want to be a good steward. And their intention is to take care of this and any other requirements from the county, so should there be suggestions. So just wanted to provide those comments in addition to what was presented. I feel the staff report was very comprehensive. It does give us a list of, should this be approved, some very serious conditions here, as well as the consequences, which you can understand by the option 1 being approval and option 2 being the denying of the request. And then supplementary, we do have the letter here from the 2021 timeframe that indicated the current approvals on the property. So I'd be interested to hear other commentary on thoughts on moving forward with this. Thank you.
Anybody else? Councillor Kendall.
Thank thank you, Mr. Chair. I drive by here many times a week. What is not apparent when you drive by is that, which you can see on the county map, is that there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 subdivisions on the north edge of that property, only one of which has a dwelling at the moment. So at any minute, there could be another 7 houses, another 7 or 8 people thinking that they should have access to that dock. There's 2 islands in the reservoir I see. I just can't support this. I just think of liability and kids and just teenagers. And if the dock is there, I mean, I realize there's insurance, but I think it's a water reservoir. I know that they've allowed them to have recreation, but I cannot support this.
Director Kruger, how does the county waterworks staff access the lake?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you're looking at the map, there is an easement to access it. So they'll come off the highway right at 762. And there is, if you go from the house just southwest where the trees is, that's where we access. There's a separate little road there that we go into. So.
And do we have easement all the way around the lake or just to the lake at that point?
We have access easements to every spot we need to access the lake from. So I wonder if I can pull it up for council. That was my question. If we were to use the dock, if we were able to use the dock for sampling, not saying that it's needed for us, if it was to be an option, I'm not sure if we have access through easement to that location specifically, but I don't think we do need an additional spot at this time.
I get where I'm going. So if there was a problem with the dock and we needed to deal with it, we'd have to go in through our easement part and then put a boat in the water and boat across. Like that's our only way to access that point.
We don't do boats.
Sorry, CAO Payne, can I share my map showing the CAT files? Are we able to share that, or Manager Barrett?
Being
That's
told
something
yes. Go ahead and
Okay.
try.
Okay.
Something's coming up.
Council see my map?
Not yet. It's a blank. There it comes. Thank you. We can see it good.
Okay. So as mentioned, so we would access here. Maybe just turn my ortho off for a second. Through here. We do sampling here. And then that gives us access to the lake here. So from my understanding, I don't know if it's a blanket one. We can definitely look into it, but the access right away continues into here. So if the dock's here, we would most likely have to boat or we were really good. We were communicating with the residents anytime we need to access anyway. We've just established that kind of process there. So they've been good about letting us come on there for other reasons. But yeah, getting to the dock would have to be through the lake on a boat, most likely. I did run this request past the manager of utilities just to kind of gauge their opinion. And as the request comes in as is, they have no concerns with it.
Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm okay with this request. The acreages to the north has been spoken to are not built yet. And if people ask if they can recreate, the answer is no. This is the landowner that surrounds the entire reservoir. He's built a beautiful house there and wants to enhance his waterfront, I would call it. I'm not worried about the liability, as was stated in the letter from 2021, that kayaking, paddleboarding, canoeing, and snowshoeing, skating, and all those things are already approved for that. So all we're looking for is probably a little bit of swimming, I suppose, from a dock point of view. And I don't think the grandkids peeing in the pool is going to make a big difference. So thank you.
Okay, back to you, Deputy Vole.
Thank you. One of the things I thought, if there was concerns in general or a way for us to follow through, should there be any concerns? I know we do have a condition in here that we could change our mind, but I guess I would also perhaps mention that temporary or trial period could be something, because it's not a huge financial investment. And it could be used as a deck somewhere if it didn't work out at 16 by 16. It could be, two sheets of plywood. You can move that thing around pretty well. So it doesn't have a huge impact, but I know citizens are facing a sign that's right next to the water treatment plant that says no public access. So we have a really interesting situation here, because we do have a landowner that completely surrounds this property here. So I would think that as long as we have the ability to say, hey, this isn't working out and we're getting a lot of concerns or complaints. And also we have to decide about whether we're going to leave the thing in full time, or if he removes the landowners remove it for the winter, for example, and pull it out. I'm not sure the right answer, but I think it can be subject to Public Works discretion on all matters. So this could be approved subject to materials that Public Works determines, and also the regime of putting it in and taking it out as per Public Works determines. And even because it is stated in there that at any time the county retains the right to require removal, I think you cover it for any concerns that may come forward. So they may put out an investment that they could possibly lose. But if it turns out to be a non-event, then it can stay. If it turns out to be an event, then it can be removed. So I think there's a possibility for an option here. And if it doesn't work out, we just say that it has to be removed.
Okay, so is that a motion then, Deputy Vole?
All right, then I'll make that into a motion, or maybe our counselor will.
Go ahead, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make the motion to request council option 1 approved with the listed conditions.
Okay, we have that motion. Anybody else? All in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. Let's go to B6, Meadows Homeowner Association request for camera installation, page 44 of our agenda. Back to you, Director Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unique one for me here. I'll try my best. The Meadows Homeowner Association is requesting permission from council to install a security camera on an existing light pole located between 1 and 2 Meadow Point Drive. The purpose of this request is to enhance community safety by capturing vehicle activity entering and exiting the area. The HOA has indicated that it would assist law enforcement in response to incidents such as vehicle break-ins and suspicious activity. The proposed installation work would be completed by a qualified contractor, utilize an existing light pole for mounting and power, and be fully funded and maintained by the HOA. They also further advised that video footage would be stored locally for 30 days. Access to the footage would be limited to authorized users only, and footage would be provided to RCMP when requested. Audio recording will not be enabled. That one's just on there because Deputy Director Stapley reviewed this with me, and he noticed that the camera has audio recording capability. So they are saying they will not be enabling that. I have attached 2 options for council for approval and denial, and with conditions after working with Deputy Director Stapley as well, if council chooses to approve it. Any questions, I can try and answer them. Thank you.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no questions for Director Kruger. I am happy to give you option 2 to approve with the conditions listed.
Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you for the information. Do we do this anywhere else where we give permission to have cameras on the county's property? Could they not put it on the building or something within their own property? as opposed to putting it on public property, because we're kind of getting into a new surveillance state if we're putting flock cameras up and we're saying, yep, now your communities are being flock cameraed. So I'm just not sure if we're doing that in general in the county. So I guess, do we have any other places that we're doing surveillance? We're kind of going to, we would contribute to surveillance by doing this.
Through the chair to Deputy Revol, I'm not aware of any other location. I could be wrong. We just found, I think 2 weeks ago, we found people definitely put them up on our roads. We did find a camera up in Heritage Point that we were not aware of or approved. So I'm not saying they're not there. I'm just not aware of any that council approved to be there.
Thank you. I guess I'm a bit on the fence on this just because of what it might lead to. So I know that in some places that they're fully monitored in some public areas, and I just don't know that we all agree with that. Everywhere you go, you're completely monitored. I see the reason for it. I totally understand it. And we all have cameras in some form or another, but on our private property, I'm just not sure about the county entering into public surveillance. And looks like our team has looked at it, but I'm just not sure if we can put a caveat on it in some way to find out how this turns out with private information or things that could be discovered from people's habits when they don't know that they're being filmed on a road, as opposed to, if you're protecting a building or a site, as opposed to a general camera. When we do our monitoring for our speeds, they don't have a camera. They detect the speeds, and we don't actually record the people. And in the province of Alberta, we don't have a lot of cameras have been taken down because of public outcry for having these cameras everywhere to record the speeds and all these other things. And I checked recently online for the city of Calgary, and they have just a few cameras where they have them on playground zones. And other than that, they've removed a lot of their cameras they have them in construction zones and playground zones. And other than that, they have them removed, and they're specifically for traffic infractions, not for catching potential thieves and such. So I guess I'm just a little bit on the fence on whether we want to get in the business of surveillance. Thank you.
Councillor Alger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm a little on the fence myself. I'm not seeing any letters from the residents, or I know the HOA is asking for this, and the HOA is probably made up of 6 or 7 residents in the area. So I don't know if this has gone out to petition. Has this gone out to a public meeting? Has it gone out to, I'm just worried that we implement it and then all of a sudden it blows up because of
parking thing.
similar to the Millerville no parking thing. So I think I'd be more partial to be seeing a petition with similar. If we were going to reduce the speed limit, we'd go out and go door to door and get a petition signed and get, what is it, 75% of the people need to approve it. So that'd be my thoughts. Thanks.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair. And I have to say that I am not in support of this. I don't think we need to be in a surveillance state. I think having cameras on your private property to overlook, the comings, goings from your front door and that sort of thing. But once you take it into a public realm, you're in a totally different arena. And so no, I can't support this.
CEO Payne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, I just wanted to provide council with a little bit more context on this one. I'm not aware of the county having approved a camera in public right of way anywhere else in the county as of yet. We have allowed access to the Fortis poles for power to connect Christmas lights and other things like that with various homeowners associations. So this one's a little bit unique in their request. Now, in discussing with the author of the letter, the request, Ms. Evans did indicate that there's a backup plan as well in the event that council chose not to proceed with allowing approval. I believe the Meadows specifically had an individual in the community who had offered a spot on their private property to run electrical and a pole to put a concealed camera there somewhere. However, they wanted to ask the county first as a cost-saving measure, given the pole and the power was already there within Foothills County's right-of-way. So just wanted to provide that additional information to council as well.
Councillor Callister, going to come back to you. I think you made a motion there, if I recall.
Yeah, I did make a motion to accept it. I've spoken with Sharon, the HOA president about this. She assures me the community of the Meadows is in agreement on it. I can retract my motion and ask for a survey of residents if that would suit the council better. Again, it's just for them. I mean, there's a couple of the HOAs have petitioned to have cameras installed at the entrance exit of the golf course itself. And the owner is not amicable to that. They tried having an actual person in the doghouse there to monitor people coming in and out of there, and most of the time the person they hired was asleep or not there, so that wasn't working. So they're just trying to keep track of strange vehicles coming in and out, and if there is any occurrence, at least they've got a record of it. That's the purpose of it. It's not to gain gossip about your neighbor or anything like that. But if you want me to go back to the Meadows board, I can do that and try and get a survey.
Okay, so I think that would likely be a motion to postpone the decision. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, if it suits the council, if I don't have support here, there's no point in going to a vote on motion 2. So yeah, I can postpone. I would make a motion to postpone until we get a survey of the residents of Meadows.
And who would do the survey?
I could do it, or
Would they
could do it.
The county, or would we request Meadows HOA to do it?
Probably Meadows HOA. I'm pretty sure Sharon would be willing to do that.
Go ahead, CEO Payne.
Yeah, it may be advisable if the president could have each of the homeowners indicate support or non-support as a starting point on that.
Okay, so we have that motion from Councillor Callister to postpone. Deputy Revel.
Thank you. I guess a couple of further questions that came up when I was thinking this through was who will use the information and how can you guarantee it? Who has access to the information, how will it be used, and so on and so forth? Because I understand that the intention is to be used in a certain way, but how do volunteers guarantee the use of this information and all that sort of thing? It just snowballs.
So it would be available to the board, obviously, of the HOA immediately. It would be available to RCMP during any occurrence. And it would also be available to the council, to county upon request.
So I guess I could just give you my opinion right now is I'm not in favor of surveillance in that way. And I'll just leave it at that. So you can still go ahead with all your work if you wish to do it on behalf of some of the other councillors if they wish to see that. Thank you. I know it occurs in other places in Home Depot parking lot and a few other places, but I don't know that people really appreciate that level of surveillance. Thank you.
Okay, so we have the motion for postponement from Councillor Callister, postponement until such a time as resident survey is completed and further details provided. Okay. Anybody else? All in favor? And opposed? That motion carries. B7, Spitzy Riparian Stewardship Society, Notice of Intent to Dissolve, page 53. This comes back to me. So this is on our agenda. The Spitzy Riparian Stewardship Society, which is one of my council committee appointments, is seeking to dissolve, and it was felt we need to just send out a notice to both Foothills County and to Foothills Land Trust of the intent to dissolve before it actually happens, just in case there is interest by either one of those parties in some way or another. So as a bit of a background, the Spitzy Riparian was started following the flood of 2013. So that flood did a lot of damage upstream of High River on the Highwood. A lot of CR parcels were significantly damaged, and the province bought out a whole bunch of them, and some properties that weren't damaged so bad as well, with the intent to just remove all development on there, which they did, and give the river room to run was the words given to it. So that work was all done, and then conservation easements were placed on the property to ensure that they were never built on again. And those easements are held by FLT. And once everything was cleaned up by the province, then the province transferred the ownership of the properties to Foothills County. So in that process, due to community interest in what's going on there, and just the volume, I think there's 24 properties, I believe, and they're all very small properties. And just the volume of work in terms of monitoring for FLT, it was determined to set up a separate stewardship group, and that was called Spitzy Riparian Stewardship Society. And so their role primarily was the monitoring of the properties, because under a conservation easement, all properties have to be routinely monitored to ensure that the easement components are being upheld by the property owner, which is now the county. So that's one piece of it. Spitzy was also responsible for some community outreach, community education piece in that regards, and just to keep an eye on the properties. So time has gone on. This process started back in 2013, 14, and Spitzy has been monitoring the properties, doing the annual assessments and providing that back to FLT. Some of the other pieces have not started because there just is not total interest. As well, the community interest that the initial board had has kind of waned over time. So there is a lack of seeing reason to carry on with the Spitzy Riparian at this point in time. So they're looking to just dissolve. What happens with the responsibilities of Spitzy? I mean, really the only big one is the annual monitoring that must be done as part of the conservation easement, and that falls back to FLT. It does affect Foothills County a little bit because the county has benefited by having significant eyes and ears on the ground throughout all of these properties over the years. And so now the county will have to be a little bit more involved in keeping an eye on it. There has been some trespass issues over the years, and Spitzy has been kind of the boots on the ground to deal with that, going between themselves and the county before it becomes an issue that FLT has to deal with, and so that'll be gone as well. So there is some assets to be dealt with as part of this. Really, the only assets of any value is the money that has come almost entirely from the county. The state said they're $10,000 and some dollars right now, but there is some obligations. So that'll be down to $8,500 to $9,000 times those obligations are paid out. The FLT did put some money into this initially that came from the Calgary Foundation to set up Spitzy, but that was long since spent in by 2018 or something about that, or 19 about that time. So any of the money that is there now came from two sources. One is the annual community cleanup grant, and then there was a filming crew that came in. So there was $15,000 paid from the filming crew. 3,000 of it, or 5,000, I don't remember right off, went to FLT, and the rest went to Spitzy, and so that has been funding their operations. And that money typically would have gone to the landowner as opposed to other organizations, but the county determined that it would be up to Spitzy and FLT to determine where the money went. So that money's sitting there. So this is really just here to acknowledge the letter of intent to dissolve. I don't think it will affect the county much in any way. Any questions? Deputy Revol, I see you reaching.
I was reaching, thank you. I guess I was just thinking of the impact. It's obviously a done deal because they aren't able to continue, but it is just in terms of the monitoring aspect with the bit of money that's left. Can it be, is that something that Foothills Land Trust will say, yes, this would go towards this project? Is that something they would just automatically do?
Well, I think I've certainly went around and about on this one. I think it is a decision that Spitzy will need to make.
They can direct it?
that they can direct it. There's not
Okay.
a official dissolution clause in the bylaws, so they'll have to figure that out. And I think there is reasonable argument to suggest it should go to FLT, and there's reasonable argument that suggests it should go to the county as well, because that's where the money came from. So we'll have to figure that out.
I guess either way, there has to be some sort of management strategies for these lands. So that's an upcoming task.
And that will automatically fall upon FLT in terms of their conservation easement component.
So the question also following that thought would be, do they then need support from the county to make that happen? And that's where I thought with the money, like there is a price tag to the conservation easements, and that is the monitoring that's required by them. So this is not a free thing. This, as soon as someone divests themselves of one of these things and it comes to us, that comes with an action plan and overseeing that needs to happen. So we could perhaps help FLT to make sure that it stays within their abilities, but then does the board have the capacity to take these properties on in addition to their other properties? So this being the nature of the conservation easement business. So I just see this divesting will be an impact to the organization and to the county in some financial capacity. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see anybody else. Councillor McHugh.
Well, hopefully we don't get to there, but that would be a pretty easy decision for me, for the municipality. It would be drop the easement and lease the property out.
No buildings.
Drop the easement. I don't believe that's an option.
Well, why would we as a municipality incur costs to keep a conservation easement on something that we could just simply lease out for somebody to use as pasture and raise revenue instead of incurring costs?
Is that a requirement from infrastructure though, when this will happen?
I think there's two components there. The easement does not restrict grazing. And removing the easement, because there is provincial, if not federal grants involved, I think would be erroneously expensive at this point in time. And the province would likely have a say in that. But I don't believe the conservation easement eliminates grazing. So that is an option, and it's been discussed at Spitzy. The feeling was that because of the size of these parcels, the fencing involved makes it very difficult. But at the end of the day, the county is the landowner. So I think the county would have the say in that as long as it fits within the easement.
So if I recall
Go ahead,
correctly, when the flood buyouts took place, it was through the provincial department. I think it was infrastructure. And then when conditions were met, then the lands were transferred to the county. But I believe that part of that was the easement aspect of it. So to remove that, I don't know how that would work. But again, your idea about leasing for income has merit for offsetting potentially what the cost would be. But again, we would have to get maybe a report on what the limitations are to the easements that are on that property. Certainly no building, but what other things are permitted? And that would help with if you want to call it the management that would come back related to the gift, if you want to call it.
Go ahead, Councillor McHugh.
Say no more, the gift.
Okay, so I think it's on here just to acknowledge the letter. So if there is nothing else, I think some of those components can be further hashed out in the future, but would anybody like to give a motion to acknowledge the letter of intent to dissolve? Councillor McHugh.
Motion to acknowledge the letter of intent to dissolve.
Okay, we have the motion and I don't see anybody else. All in favor? Motion carries. B8, Royal Canadian Legion Request for Military Service Recognition Book, page 55 of our agenda. Manager Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. So the Legion is publishing their annual military service recognition book, and they are looking for the county's support again. I believe your staff report notes that the county's more recent contributions, but in fact, we have been purchasing ads in this publication for quite a few years. And that's typically been by way of a business card size full color ad, and which is priced this year at $395.24. So I'm just looking for council's direction on this item again this year.
Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We've been supporting this for quite a few years, and I appreciate that we do support this. This is kind of near and dear to my heart, and happy to give you the motion to continue that support.
Okay, we have that motion, and that would be for the $395.24. Okay, and I don't see anybody else. All in favor? That motion carries. Subdivision approving authority items. Let's go to E1. So I'd look for a motion to go into subdivision approving from Councillor Alger. All in favor? Motion carries. E1, Hamer Tree Services, request for subdivision. Director Hemingway.
Thank you, sir. Council may recall the application that came before you on November 26, 2025. This is in Councillor McHugh's division, and the application proposed 4 new country residential parcels, 3 to 5 acres in size-ish, with an approximately 80-acre balance. Council refused the rezoning of the application. You can see the reasoning included in your staff report. The applicants are pursuing an appeal on that refusal, and they've submitted an application for subdivision for your consideration today. We have provided you with a number of background associated. It's quite a complicated piece of land, as well as a suggested motion of refusal for your consideration on the bottom of page 105 of your agenda package. Any questions? I'd be happy to try and answer them.
Any questions or a motion? This is Division 7.
I don't know. I think there's water on it.
Councillor McHugh, I see you reaching.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think something that was missed at land use is that there is an extremely large horse arena on this parcel. And large arena on this parcel. So fragmenting off further parcels is not supportive of the equestrian endeavors or the riding arena that exists on this parcel. This parcel is also surrounded to the east and the south and the north by agricultural parcels. Yes, there has been fragmentation in this area. There's also known water challenges in this area. There's also an extremely busy venue immediately to the east of this venue. So the traffic challenges in this area have been significant. It continues to be a challenge, keeping a balance between country residential living and agricultural endeavors in this area. So how to know when enough is enough? In this area, there have been rumblings of overpasturing in the vicinity, and I would prefer not to have that occurring here with the size of that arena. It needs enough acreage to support the horses that can be supported in the barn. That's what I have to comment on at this time.
Thank you. So we did refuse the land use when we had the public hearing. Director Hemingway?
Okay, so certainly the arena was discussed at the land use application. There's the colored, yellow colored portion of your staff report speaks to how the roof collapsed. And quite a while ago, and how people were living in it. And during the public hearing, the applicant's agents indicated that they would make the necessary building and permitting to bring the converted barn as a secondary residence for employed. Now, council refused the application, so I think that's just sitting there. There is no development permit for any arena on that property. It's never been completed. And I believe it's still, the roof has still collapsed, and I wouldn't be surprised if people are still living in it. So I don't know. I'm just sort of sticking with the land use application, but I would anticipate that the collapsed arena and the lack of development permits and just the lack of compliance overall will be discussed at the hearing, as long as the chair allows it, considers it relevant. I'm not sure. But council certainly has the ability to amend or to state their conditions of subdivision refusal at this point. We can't change the minutes from land use applications, which was in November. But we've given you some suggested reasoning for refusal for the subdivision based on what we thought you'd want to put in there. But any additions to that information we'd be happy to add to.
Okay, anybody else? Or a motion? Councillor McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, so I'll acknowledge that it's not a public arena, still exists as a cold storage building of some sort. In consideration of the goals and objectives of the agricultural section of the county's municipal development plan 2010, which are to conserve and protect agricultural land in accordance with policy 2 of the agricultural section of the MDP 2010 and section 3.3 supporting agriculture of the county's growth management strategy, both which discourage fragmentation of agricultural land. Council did not find sufficient merit in the proposal to consider further fragmentation of this agriculturally zoned parcel. Additionally, the application for redesignation of a portion of the property legally described as portion southwest 62128 west of the 4th meridian from the agricultural land use district to the country residential land use district required to allow the future subdivision of 3.6 plus minus acre to 4.35 plus minus acre country residential parcels was refused by council on November 26, 2025. The proposed subdivision therefore cannot comply with section 654 1(2) of the Municipal Government Act in accordance with section 12.1.6.2a of the Agricultural District of the Foothills County Land Use Bylaw 60/2014, as the proposed new lots do not conform with the minimum parcel size of the ag district.
Okay, so that would be motion to refuse with all the details. Thank you. Anybody else? All in favor? That motion carries. Motion to go out of subdivision from Councillor Kendall. All in favor? Motion carries. Let's do accounts. Any questions or emotion on accounts? Councillor Callister.
I will give you a motion to approve the accounts.
Okay. Don't say anything further. All in favor? That motion carries. And minutes. Questions, comments, or a motion to approve? Councillor Kendall gives us a motion to approve the minutes of last week. All in favor? All in favor? That motion carries. Okay. Let's go to committee reports before we go into closed session. Councillor McHugh, did you have any committee reports to share this afternoon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just say that I listened in on ASB. Did we do cemeteries? Was that last week? Was that the week before? No. So just ASB, and I was largely just listening in. Thanks.
Councillor Estes.
Thank you to the chair, and I have no committee reports.
Okay, for me, I had ASB as mentioned. There wasn't a lot on there, just a operations update. Request to establish an ASB board bylaw. So we did make the recommendation for that to happen and come before council. Yeah, and just some communications from a few different ASBs throughout the province, and that was about it. Did unofficially attend the grand opening for My City Care. So it's based out of Alderside in the Warner Industrial Park. Just great to see some of the things that they're doing to help out the needy within our community. That was all I had for this week. So Deputy Reeve Ohl.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few to report on. We had an in-person Foothills Regional Emergency Services Commission Board meeting on May the 28th. And at that meeting, we did a full review of the operations of a commission and all of our documentation in order to bring all of our board members up to speed on all the things related to our operations and marching orders under commission guidelines. Further, we also had issue related to our current tendering. So we're working on that process. And then I have one closed session item that I'll share later. And then I had a meeting on June the 1st with the new, there was a request to meet with us regarding Fish Creek Water Co-op, and more information will come out at their proposed meeting on Sunday where they're inviting some of the public to that. And on June the 1st, we had a Northwest Foothills Recreation Board meeting. That would be Monday evening. And at that meeting, we had a full agenda of interesting discussions on updates and information from each of the divisions and all of the participants on the facilities, as well as the proposed fundraising, the fundraising tally up to date, as well as the potential goals, and looking forward to participating with the citizens in the area at some upcoming events. So we have a long list coming out of that. And I'll let the other councillors also report on some of that too. I won't fill in for them, but we also, of course, give a report from our areas as to all the recreation going on. So it's always nice to hear that report of all the wonderful volunteers in our community who are really making our community a nice place to live. And then I also had a Curtis Creek Estates Association annual general meeting that I took part in on May the 31st, and some very hot topics that were up for discussion were EMS, the recipients of our grants, which they're very thankful for, Crime Watch Review, Policing Committee, Wildfire, and our new Foothills County Connect, transfer station garbage fees, and really long discussion on taxes, assessment, school, and market discussion. So very, very keen on understanding how this is all happening and what's going down this year. And that's it for my committee reports. Thank you.
Councillor Alger.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just two events for me. The ASB was spoken to by the Reeve, pretty general meeting. And on Friday, I attended a meeting with the caretakers at Red Deer Lake at the hall with our manager Porter, and just kind of talked about where we're going forward and what needs to be done next to the hall. And the other thing I mentioned at lunch to our group is that if you get a chance to swing by Red Deer Lake and see the terns that are nesting, and they're there by the, you can't say hundreds of thousands, but it's got to be close. Thousands doesn't do it justice, but there's lots of them, and it's quite amazing to see. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Councillor Callister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last week on Thursday, I had Okotoks Library Board meeting, an enjoyable meeting as always. Not too much to mention there. And then off the record, last night, yesterday and last night, I got to meet with some Heritage Point residents at their AGM. And that's about all I had for this last week.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On Wednesday night after council, Manager Director Porter and I attended the Millerville Rec Board meeting. They're one and only one a year. It's where they were just deciding where they're going to disperse their funds. So that was great to meet some new people there. On Tuesday, I attended the Ag Board, got the updates on the strychnine and some other what Bree is doing with the spraying and and the contractors and this mulcher that the head of ag is interested in purchasing. Quite the machine there. Went over to see Joanna regarding the Northwest Rec tribute update. She just wanted to show me the card she's working on so that we can hand those out for the donation efforts for the upgrades to the Siemens Sports Park. On Friday, I was on a Zoom call for half an hour. This is not a committee report, but on Bill 28, kind of some interesting things there regarding the library. On Saturday, I attended Brooks for a library board basic training all day. Very interesting and informative. On Monday, I also attended the Northwest Rec Board, which Councillor Deputy Revolt has alluded to. And we're still looking for the sign that got stolen at the racetrack. That's all.
CAO.
I have nothing in open session for council today, Mr. Chair, but lots in closed.
Director Hemingway.
Just a heads up to council that Industry, Science and Economic Development Canada, which is the federal department that oversees the placement and approval of cellular infrastructure, cell towers in particular, is undertaking a consultation process with stakeholders, primarily municipalities, I believe, as they're looking at changing the processes for cell tower applications quite significantly. And we have an opportunity to comment on those changes until this summer. And their goal, they've stated, is to increase competition and the development of cell towers. And I believe that they've made it pretty seamless for cell towers to proceed with very little interference or communication with the public or the municipality. So I'm not happy with it at all. I mean, I appreciate that they want to remove red tape, but they're effectively removing the voice of the county and our ratepayers. And so I will be working with my administration and developing a letter of concern and answering their questions that they've requested. If council is interested in reviewing the proposed amendments, there's a link to their website which takes you through the process and has questions that they'd like to see answered. Happy to provide that too. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, please send that out. Okay. Manager Barrett, did you have any committee reports for us?
I think the only thing I have is a reminder for those councillors participating in the Diamond Valley Parade, which is this Saturday. You'll be getting an email from Assistant Stanley, and I've been told that you can wear red or blue shirts to this one.
Councillor Kendall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been generously offered a ride in a very fancy car for any and all parades. So but I need to seek my comrades' approval to do so. I've been told so, and Garrity, Mrs. What's your title, Garrity Stanley, Mrs. Stanley, Miss Stanley? Assistant Stanley has informed me of this little, I mean, the residents, they would like to give me a ride in this car, and seems like a lot of fun. I don't want to, be the showboat, but I will if I have to. If you insist.
As long as you get your name down pat.
What type of car? It's very fancy. It's a Clannette, I believe it's called. A Clannette. Never heard of it, but it's quite fancy. And no, Councillor McHugh, I will not be wearing a fancy hat. No, I will not. I don't have time to buy one in the meantime. It'll probably be a ball cap. Sorry.
Okay, and I am not seeing any concern. So there you go. Okay, with Councillor McHugh.
How are you going to ride in the car if you're on the float? Like if Foothills has a float there, you have to be on the float. You can't be in the car. And it's simple to say that you cannot ride in the car because you have to support Foothills County and be with the float. I'm sorry, it's not team playing if you are in a car while the rest of us are on a float.
Okay, are you going to be at the Diamond Valley Parade?
Not like,
Foothills County? Well, then I am.
but if I was, I would be on the Foothills County float.
Okay, that's nice.
Okay. With that, I don't see anybody else, so I'd look for a motion to go in closed. I think we have a number of things to deal with there from Councillor Estes. All in favor? Welcome back. I'd look for a motion to adjourn. Counselor Callister, all in favor? Motion carries. See you next Wednesday, 9 a.m.